All right. I'd like to welcome everyone to this Planning Council meeting. I declare we do have quorum. Councilor Schumacher couldn't be here. And I'm going to ask Councilor Fitzgerald to read the land acknowledgement.
Thank you, Chair Stone. I would like to respectfully acknowledge that we are on the traditional territory of the Anishinaabe under the terms of the Robinson-Huron Treaty Number 61 of 1850 and the Williams Treaties of 1923. We commit to acknowledge, learn, educate, create opportunity, honor sacred places, and take actions towards real truth and reconciliation in support of our commitment to walking the path together in respect, peace, and harmony for future generations.
Thanks very much. Are there any disclosures of pecuniary interest? Mayor Alcock.
Thank you, Chair Stone. Yes, I need to declare agenda item 3.1 with respect to Report Development 2025-77 CPPA 16-2025. For personal reasons, I reside on Griffin Bluffs Lane, and I'm a member of the Griffin Bluffs Vacant Land Condo Corporation.
All right, thank you. Any others? Seeing none. All right. I'd like to welcome everyone to the public portion of the meeting to consider applications to amend the Town of Huntsville Official Plan and Community Planning Permit Bylaw 2022-97, pursuant to Sections 17 and 34 of the Planning Act. The procedure of the public meeting will be as follows. A brief explanation of the purpose and effect of the application and any correspondence received to date will be given by staff. The applicant or the representative will be asked to provide any additional comments without repeating the information already outlined by staff. Any members of the public present in person or electronically will then be permitted to ask questions or provide comments respecting the application. Council will then have the opportunity to question the applicant, the planner, or anyone giving presentation. Once the public meeting is concluded and the input is received, the proposed amendments will be considered by Council. Any persons making representation are requested to first state their name and mailing address, and please note that presentations are limited to 10 minutes. It's important to note that should Council approve any bylaw amendment applications this afternoon, the applicant, the municipality, and certain specified persons and public bodies are defined by the Planning Act, may appeal the decision. During the 20-day appeal period, which commences on the date on which the notice of Council's decision is provided, no building permits may be issued or other work commenced. And there's more. If you wish to be notified of the passage of a bylaw, any appeals, or possible Ontario Land Tribunal hearings, you must file either with the recording secretary or with the clerk a written request for notification prior to the passage of the proposed bylaw. Respecting community planning permit applications, it is important to note that a council decision on such applications may only be appealed by the applicant themselves. Each notice of complete application and public meeting included an explanation of the purpose and effect of the proposed amendment, and notice was required to be posted at the subject lands. Notice was therefore considered to have been provided in accordance with the provisions of the Planning Act and applicable sections of the Huntsville Official Plan. And with that, we're going to move on to the first application, and Kelsey is going to speak to that.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you, the subject lands are located at Lot 4, Concession 11 within the former geographic township of Burnell. There is no civic address for this property. Oops. The property is within the rural and waterfront designations of the official plan, and is within the waterfront backlot precinct with natural constraint 2 overlay. The application was submitted for an amendment to the community planning permit to change the precinct on the lands from waterfront backlot precinct to rural with exception. The exception would permit the construction of a single detached dwelling and ancillary building on the lands not directly accessible from a road maintained year-round by a public authority. The subject lands are vacant with the exception of ancillary structures and vehicles stored on the lands. There are also watercourses that cross the front of the property that you can kind of see here in the blue. And the lands are primarily surrounded by waterfront residential and waterfront backlot residential uses. As noted in the report, general provision states that no person shall erect any building or structure in any precinct unless the lot is upon or fronts upon or is directly accessible from a road maintained by a public authority. There is one exception to this, and that is a woodland retreat, which has stipulations about size and usage. In this instance, the property fronts onto an unopened road allowance, and it is a single detached dwelling proposed, not a woodland retreat. So therefore, an amendment is required to relieve this provision. The official plan states that rural residential development should be encouraged to be located where there is frontage on a municipally maintained road, access to community facilities such as schools and emergency services, and that these services can be optimized. Rural residential development should not be located in remote, undeveloped areas. In this instance, the subject lands are, although they are 190 meters from a private road, Griffin Bluffs Lane, they are over a kilometer or approximately a kilometer from a year-round maintained road, which is Griffin Lodge Road. Therefore, the proposal does not conform with this provision within the official plan. It also does not appear that the lands benefit from access over Betty Lane, which is the road to the bottom here. So it would have to go over private lands to achieve access. The use of the private road through the road allowance, so you can see the road allowance here, and there's Griffin Lodge, so would require permission from the condo corporation. It's also worth noting, I'll just share pictures, that there has been bylaw complaints received for the property regarding outdoor storage of commercial vehicles and vegetation removal. Commercial uses were not requested as a part of this application and have not been considered as a part of staff's review. The application was circulated in accordance with the provisions of the Planning Act. District staff noted that they would not object to the approval of this application so long as Town Council is satisfied that the health, safety, and municipal interest and access have been appropriately addressed. The operations did note that provided they were to go over the unopened road allowance, there would need to be a limited service agreement and road occupancy permit, but advised against this as it is a further extension onto public lands that do not directly abut a municipally maintained, year-round maintained road. The fire and building department also noted that suitable fire access should be provided consisting from access from a maintained road with a certain prescribed distance and width cleared for access. There were 3 letters of objection received, which detailed concerns surrounding the existing outdoor storage and structures on the property, the access and ongoing commercial uses. Through staff's review and analysis, the application would appear to not conform with the intent of the official plan or be consistent with the provincial planning statement, and therefore staff would be recommending denial. Thank you, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thanks very much. I'll call on the applicant or representative to make any comments.
Good afternoon, members of council. My name is Savas Ferrata, Supply Muskoka, PO Box 538 Huntsville, Ontario, P1H2K7. I'm here this afternoon representing the applicants as their agent, and I'm a registered professional planner. I do understand staff's position on this matter. I do have, I think there's some merit to this proposal. I do have a little bit of information to add for staff's or for council's consideration. So as you heard, the subject lands are an existing 100-acre parcel located adjacent to the Griffin Bluffs development. The application seeks to allow for residential development on the subject lands, and they're not eligible for a building permit currently because due to the lack of frontage, as you heard from staff. Access is proposed over an open road allowance, which connects to the existing private condominium roadway known as Griffin Bluffs Lane, which connects back to the year-round maintained public road known as Griffin Lodge Road. The applicants have entered into a licensing agreement with Roadco, being an extension of the Griffin Bluffs Condominium Corporation, to allow access over the existing internal private condominium roadway, Griffin Bluffs Lane.
Could
It's
you
my
speak up a little bit?
Sure.
I'm having trouble.
It's my understanding that this licensing option is a permission that was included in the declaration of the Griffin Bluffs condominium as suggested by the District of Muskoka at the time of the approval to grant access to the adjacent or nearby properties. This is not a new lot creation application, and we'll make that clear. It simply seeks to make use of an existing underutilized property. So the purpose of frontage as a tool to control density does not necessarily apply in this instance, as the lot already exists. The property at 100 acres has more than enough area to support the construction of a dwelling and accessory structures, and enough area to service those structures with private services. While the OP normally does not permit development with only unopened road allowance frontage, there is some merit for consideration. Section C8-213 states that unless otherwise specified, all new development will front upon and be accessible from a year-round maintained public road. However, Section C8-214 does state that private road access may be permitted for internal access within a condominium description. As I just mentioned, the applicants have entered into a licensing agreement to allow access over the existing condominium roadway, which meets the intent of that policy despite not having direct frontage on the roadway. Section E312(1) does not allow private roads on public road allowances for access to individual properties, as it states that, however, but it also states that, however, where such use of public road allowance is deemed advisable and acceptable by the town, the affected landowners may be required to enter into an agreement with the town to cover such matters such as financial contribution, liability insurance, road standards, stormwater management, and construction mitigation measures. A subsequent CPP permit process would be required to implement the development of the property, which could be conditional upon entering in such agreement to deal with those matters. Furthermore, a permitting process with the municipality is required for the construction of the roadway over the unopened road allowance, which could require the applicants to meet certain standards required by the town for access over the proposed lands. So while this situation is not directly contemplated by the official plan, it can be interpreted that the proposed access meets the intent of the official plan's permissions to grant private road access through a condominium description. I feel that the proposed access to the subject lands is suitable in this case and allows for the utilization of an existing lot for a fairly simple purpose. It's my professional opinion that the application before council today is consistent with the PPS, is in conformity with the district and town official plan, and represents good planning. The applicants are here present today, would like to speak to council as well, and I'd be happy to answer any questions that council may have. Thank you.
Thanks very much. I'll ask the applicant that wants to speak.
Hi, thank you. I'd first like to introduce ourselves. My name is Kate LeBay. I live in town, 19 Tate Street, Huntsville, and my husband is here with me today, and we are local, we live here, and I'm a student midwife with Midwives of Muskoka, and my husband does property maintenance for a living. This is to say that I totally understand that some of our surrounding neighbors have complained and written letters about commercial equipment. It is on the property, and we have arranged to have it moved to a commercial property in Port Sydney, but it has not left Griffin Bluffs, and it is not for commercial use. We are definitely not operating a business out of the property, and I wanted to make that very clear. As well as we purchased this property 2.5 years ago. It's our dream property. It's a beautiful 100-acre lot in a neighborhood that aligns with our values. And our sole purpose is to build our forever home and a shop for my partner, who has hobbies and loves to fix things and work on things. But in no way will this property be used for a business. We're just planning on moving from our house in town to moving to more space where we plan on developing trails and ski trails, which is why you would have seen some of the equipment in the photos. All of that is for proposed trails on our property. But the equipment is being moved to a commercial location in Port Sydney. Thank you.
Thanks very much. I'll go to members of the public that are present that would like to speak to this application. I see no one jumping up. All right. Is there anyone online that would like to speak to this application, and they would need to raise their electronic hand?
Chair Stone, I see no hands raised.
All right. All right, then I'll go to council members. Comments or questions? Councillor Clark.
Thanks, Chair Stone. Just a quick one. Have the bylaw infractions and complaints been addressed? Maybe Director Maxwell could answer that.
Sorry, through you, Chair. There was, the way it's been approached is until we know whether or not council will approve the development as proposed, that there hasn't been action taken on the use of the road allowance. I don't know if what other infractions were included in the letter, if there was anything else that needed to be addressed.
Kelsey?
Yes, thank you for the question. Through you, yeah, so I spoke with Corey Cruson on Monday, and he was wondering how to proceed in terms of the bylaw complaint, and I made him aware of our report moving forward, and that we would wait, like as Director Maxwell said, until we've determined the decision today, and then they'll proceed accordingly.
Great, thank you. Councillor Cloutier.
Through you, Chair. I'm just wondering with the Griffith Plus Association, is there size limit of vehicles that can be used that in the agreement that they have in the subdivision, or anything that's signed with them? So it's basically whatever they get in there type of thing can use it?
Mr. Alcock, would you like to speak? Oh, I need you to come down if you would.
Councillors, thanks. My name is Steve Alcock, 93 Logging Trail, Huntsville, Ontario. The answer is a simple one. The subdivision does not have any weight limitations. It actually has some encouragement for small business development, and one of the restrictions is that your sign on the road shouldn't be bigger than 3 feet by 2 feet. The current subdivision has 3 owners who have, I would say, about 8-ton excavators, which they've used personally. And there's also another owner who has been running a heavy equipment operation, but I believe his house is for sale. There has been complaints about sea cans on this property. I think they were put in at a time when we didn't believe there was a conflict on Part 24. We have subsequently been moving to try to solve that problem through this process with you. We also should point out there's 3 other sea cans that you drive by when you drive up Griffin Bluffs Lane, which have not been subject to a complaint by the complaintee. And so the one thing I would say is that the town actually is more restrictive in the use of a single family property that you would be granting than Griffin Bluffs Lane would be, should they be asked to do the same. And the easement that has been granted through Roadco, which on a conflict of interest is something where Roadco does make some money, but it also was set up very deliberately so that there wouldn't be a conflict between surrounding properties and the newly created condominium. And the agreement specifies that every Roadco member will contribute 50% of whatever the condo fees on a yearly basis to road maintenance. Last year, that was $12,000. So it's not insignificant, and it is valuable to the condominium. And it should be noted that the condominium is not here in front of you to oppose this application, as there is 2 other members abutting landowners who are not opposing, but are actually supporting this. So I feel like this is, I think this would be, I would agree with Savas. This is good planning, not bad planning. And it's going to give us, with a bit of luck, because it's 100 acres and it's only 1 house, most of this land is going to be in a state where it complements very nicely the 150 acres of green space that goes through the subdivision. So there's my spiel. I'm sorry that that's such a long one, but I've been thinking about it.
Yeah.
Was there any further questions that I can?
No, follow up.
Go ahead.
So I know there's been no complaints about the other containers there, but will the containers after the shop was built, because of the significant size of the shop. It's not exactly a small garage. Will those containers be removed from the property? I noticed in the picture, it's got the trusses. Has any more work been put on that, like a roof over that?
I saw the trusses. I don't think a roof has been put on, and my feeling is that the containers were put in there strictly because they were starting construction before it stopped, because this process has to be engaged. So, yes, it's a substantial shop, and I wouldn't see the need for containers. But that's not my call. I hate to say it, but. And one small thing, shop is 30 by 60. There's at least 2 buildings or 3 buildings or 3 bay in that subdivision already of the same size. So we all like shops.
Oh, yeah.
And that's the truth.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Renwick.
Thank you, Chair Stone, and through you, and thank you for the presentation today. If I was to step back, and I guess I have more of a comment, if I was to step back from this and look at this in 10 years or 20 years down the road, here's a young couple wanting to start a home on a very large piece of property that can benefit that area because that property will now be protected with trails. The obstacle that they're facing is a very small chunk of land that's, according to our bylaws, it's, you can't access the property because of the road allowance and the private lane. I'll get that. No. I think it's something that we as a council can look at it and step back from it and say, yes, that this is something that we could allow. I can, maybe I'm speaking on behalf of myself, not the rest of council. I just see it as not a hiccup, but we have rules in place. But I think even if the condo corporation is in favor of this, why are we not looking at it and allowing them to go through? So I think I would be in favor of allowing this to go through.
Deputy Mayor Armour.
Thanks, Chair Stone. My question, I guess, it's you've owned the property for 2.5 years, and you've probably been accessing, I would imagine, for 2.5 years. Was it not until you actually filed the application that these complaints come forward, or have they been complaining for 2.5 years about you using the road?
It took about a year. The original assumption was that this land would be accessible through something called Part 24, but it's an unusual piece of the condominium, is that it's a piece of private land which connects to the 100 acres. But because the private land has easement agreements with every member of the condo association, with one member outside of it, which is a road co, which was the first road co going back quite a long time. Our assumption was fine. It was connected and it fitted all the criteria. It was a legal mistake, and I think that I would want to, I'll follow my sword on this. It was a complicated condominium agreement and a complicated bit of thing, and we didn't specify the 100 acres. At the time, it wasn't for sale, and we just missed it. Both the person who brought it forward 1.5 years ago and started a negotiation process with ourselves, and his lawyer and our lawyer have both said the solution is to, one, meet the applicant's requirement to have a house, and two, to use the road allowance as a mechanism for going in, because the negotiations on the Part 24 did not go well. We stumbled on a couple of major things, which was the longevity of the easement, which was only offered at 21 years. And I think all of us would say, well, we wouldn't build a whole house and then have the easement ripped from you 21 years away. So that being said, we can satisfy that complainant by going through the road allowance. And I think that our challenge is to go through the road allowance with minimal impact and to try to make it as that's already been done on the flip side and as it turns out, it's working pretty well. We don't have a problem there. So sorry, that's a long-winded answer, but thank you, Councillor.
I wouldn't appreciate it any more than that.
Councillor Fitzgerald.
Thank you, Chair Stone, and thanks for the thorough report and comments. I guess first off, with the sea containers, I don't think a lot of people realize that they do require a permit in Huntsville, and that most of our bylaw infractions are reactive infractions. So until we have a complaint, because we simply don't have the resources to go and check all these properties for sea containers. So when they are brought to our attention, we deal with them. And I think the process is fairly effective. I think I like the idea of this proposal. The road allowance is something that is going to provide the opportunity for someone to become a contributing, meaningful member of our community, and that seems to be the case. There won't be any allowance for commercial use on the property if we enter into an agreement. So I don't think that's really a factor that we need to consider. So in light of that, I would be in support of this application.
Kelsey?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I'd just like to make one clarification about the sea containers. So as Mr. Alcock mentioned, this property is not within the condominium lands. So then it doesn't have the benefit of that full condominium and the private road as the frontage. So other properties within the condominium might have an accessory building permitted, provided it has a building permit and meets setbacks. So in this instance, it's the fact that there's accessory uses without a primary use, and then also it's on an unopened road allowance, which makes it not permitted. So just for clarification about those items.
All right. I see no other questions from council. From what I'm hearing, I will entertain a motion to amend. Councillor Morrison, okay. And Deputy Mayor Armour. And we do have something, I believe, prepared, and we're going to put it up on the screen so everyone can see it. So this is the original motion. All right, and motion to substitute. Okay. All right, so I don't need to read the original motion. I have a motion to substitute. Moved by Councilor Morrison, seconded by Deputy Mayor Armour. Be it resolved that Planning Council substitutes motion DEV 2025-77 CPPA 16 2025 HTE LeBay and Stevens, no civic address, for the following. Be it resolved that Planning Council approve Community Planning Permit Bylaw Amendment Application CPPA 16 2025 HTE, the purpose and effect of which is to change the precinct on the lot from a waterfront backlot precinct to a rural with exception precinct, with the exception being to permit the development on a lot that does not front upon nor has direct access from a year-round municipally maintained public road, and to prohibit development on the lands prior to the issuance of a community planning permit, and to require the following to be addressed to the satisfaction of the Director of Development Services prior to the issuance of a community planning permit. The owner shall enter into an agreement with the town to acknowledge that access will be on a non-year-round maintained road, and that no municipal services will be available, and that the dwelling must be fully sprinklered or include a suitable fire suppression system to the satisfaction of the town. Any comments or questions about Councillor Morrison?
Thank you, Chair Stone, through you to Director Maxwell. So I guess if we go forward like this, we have the checks and balances in place to make sure everything's done properly. If there's if the CCAN shouldn't be there, need to be moved, we're all set, right?
Yes.
And then to acknowledge as well, Kelsey's work on this, she brought the guidance that she should have based on what our rules are now. But I think we've been moving in certain directions lately, and I think this fits the mold, so 100% in favor.
Exactly. Any other comments or questions? All in favor? And that carries. And now the main motion is substituted. All in favor? And that carries. All right, the mayor has joined us again. We're going to move on to the Housing Action Plan. Director Maxwell. Yeah, that's right. All right. Director Maxwell, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair Stone. Further to I guess there's been a couple of reports that we've talked about these proposed amendments for official plan amendment and community planning permit bylaw amendment to implement policy changes that were raised through the Housing Action Plan. And the items are focused on providing flexibility and increasing the potential for multiple residential and rental housing developments. So the official plan amendments, just a quick synopsis, would require a mix of housing types in each phase of a subdivision instead of encouraging the mix. We would include an affordable housing target for all new residential development of 10 or more units, and in addition require a minimum of 25% of new ground housing to be constructed to meet Ontario Building Code requirements to accommodate secondary residential dwelling units. We've also introduced policies that would allow residential uses in the Muskoka Commerce Park area, the regional commercial designation, as well as the Port Sydney community business areas. And we've amended the policy slightly to restrict the conversion of multiple residential rental buildings to condominiums, to ensure that if there's been any community benefits provided for increased height or density, that there would be a requirement that they remain as a rental building for 25 years. And in addition, if there we would be trying to assign a value for the community benefit that would be have to be addressed if the property was going to be a condominium. For the CPP bylaw amendments, we've included a provision to permit 2 secondary residential units within a detached structure on rural and rural residential lots. We've added a parking provision to reduce their parking requirement from 1.25 spaces to 1 space per unit for multiple residential rentals and to 0.75 spaces per unit for affordable rentals. We've included a permission for 4plexes on lots within the urban residential low precinct. Removed a provision to allow a short-term rental accommodation as a permitted accessory use in the urban residential low precinct. We've added accessory residential uses for regional commercial precinct, added a 4plex as a additional permitted use within the community mixed use precinct. So that would be Port Sydney, Novar, Utterson. Added an accessory residential use for up to 4 units within the Port Sydney employment precinct. We've included accessory residential uses in the Muskoka Commerce Park employment precinct and included a reference to parking reductions for affordable or rental development in the list of conditions of approval or provisional approval section of the community planning permit bylaw. District of Muskoka had no objections to the proposal. We received 1 comment requesting notice of decision, and 1 comment was received in support of the proposed parking reductions, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
All right. I'm going to go to the members of the public present that would like to speak to this Housing Action Plan amendment. I see nobody. Wonderful. Come on down.
Good evening, Mr. Chair. Good evening, good afternoon. I'm ahead of myself today. And members of the committee, my name is Stefan Sherbach, planner with Planscape Inc., 104 Kimberley Avenue in Bracebridge, P1L1Z8. We represent the Summit GP Inc., which we have a file right after this. I just wanted to ensure that we respectfully request copy of this notice. Based on how this next decision, will take, we want to just make sure that these OPAs and site-specific amendments do not impact the property that in the application that's forthcoming. I mean, it just sort of if we had our application first, things may have been, fine, settled, but we're just paying attention to this because it does have potentially some impacts for what's happening, what we're requesting today, and for future phases as well. So we're just wanting to respectfully request notice and just understand if any implications happen to my client's property. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. All right. Did you want to respond to that or no? Okay. I don't see anyone else in the gallery. Anyone online that would like to speak to this application or this amendment? Sorry.
Chair Stone, I see no hands raised.
All right, then I'm going to go to Deputy Mayor Armour.
Thanks, Chair Stone. I just want to say great work. I'm really glad to see this coming forward, especially with reduction in parking, especially for apartments, et cetera, et cetera like that. So I think it's great, good for us, and well done.
Mayor Alcock.
Thank you, Chair Stone. I echo Deputy Mayor Armour's comments. This is really great to see. I do have a very quick question. It is around the, I think it's target versus requirements with respect to the smart value units in new developments. And I think you made reference, Kirsten, to staff have therefore included a policy of consideration of a target percentage of smart value units in all new development. So it's not requiring, it's saying we're suggesting with hopefully incentives or whatever. Is that, I just want to make sure I'm understanding that correctly.
That is correct. The language that we had originally was more of a suggestion, and this gives staff a little bit more opportunity to request. Yeah.
Thank you. And again, great work.
All right, I see no other hands, so I have a resolution. Two resolutions. Moved by Deputy Mayor Armour, seconded by Councillor Clark. Be it resolved that Amendment 8 to the Town of Huntsville official plan, as outlined in attachment number 1 to report DEV 2025-75, be adopted and forwarded to the District of Muskoka for approval. Comments or questions? All in favor? And that carries. Moved by Deputy Mayor Armour, seconded by Councillor Clark. Be it resolved that Planning Council approve Community Planning Permit Bylaw Amendment, CPPA 2025 HTE, the purpose and effect of which is to implement policy changes to the Housing Action Plan. Comments? All in favor? And that carries. All right. That's excellent. Richard's going to speak to the Summit application.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you. The subject properties are located at 119 and 195 Town Line Road East. And these are the properties that Mr. Sherbak just mentioned when he provided comments in relation to the last matter. The subject lands are approximately 6.85 hectares in area with 65 meters of frontage on Ferry Lake and 91 meters of frontage on Forbes Hill Drive. Ooh. The lands are designated Lookout Residential in Huntsville's official plan, and under the Community Planning Permit Bylaw, the lands are contained within the Urban Residential Medium and Conservation Precincts and contain Natural Constraints 2 overlays. Additionally, the lands contain previous site-specific zoning and holding provisions, including exceptions R3H 0717 and CH 0718, and these are carried forward from the old zoning bylaw. As you might be aware, a 175-unit phased condominium development has been approved on the lands, and a mix of 58 stacked and row townhouse units are under construction as part of the initial phase. The second of 3 phases will see a mix of 66 more stacked and row townhouse units, and the third phase will include 51 more. So this is a site plan showing the overall build out of that 3-phase condominium development. The third phase, I don't know if I just said this, I'll say it again. The third phase will also include docking facilities along the shoreline frontage along Ferry Lake. Staff's report on this application includes a table detailing the number of buildings and units proposed in each of the 3 phases, and just to point out, there is an error in that table. If you like to crunch numbers, you may have noticed it. Building K in phase 3 is actually a 15-unit building, not a 6-unit building. So if you do the numbers, it does actually add up to 51 units in that phase. Although the development is currently underway, just a quick history, the subject lands were identified as a special policy area and designated to permit this multi-residential development a very long time ago. This was a legacy approval made in 1995 through the Ontario Municipal Board. The Ontario Municipal Board is, of course, now known as the Ontario Land Tribunal, but it's essentially the same thing. The lookout residential designation and previous site-specific exceptions and holding provisions currently applicable to the lands, which I talked about earlier, all reflect that legacy OMB approval. Land uses permitted within the lookout residential designation include a variety of low and medium density residential housing and open space. Specific development criteria for this designation ensure, among other things, that development proceeds in conformity with natural constraint policies in the official plan and on a phased basis, whereby development in each phase would only be able to proceed following substantial completion of the phase before. To ensure development on lands is appropriately sensitive to the prominent location, development standards imposed through the legacy OMB approval also require maintenance of a minimum of 55% of the site as landscaped open space to complement and enhance the scenic character of the area and adjacent water resources, and restriction of building locations to 4 general areas, with building heights, lot coverage, and density rules being applicable in each of those areas. So this yellow on the screen just shows the phase 1 buildings, and those are the ones currently under construction. The pink is showing the buildings to be included in phase 2, and the green is just showing the buildings to be constructed in the 3rd phase. The applicant's requesting an amendment to the community planning permit bylaw to allow short-term rental accommodations to be permitted as accessory uses within 70% of the 175 residential dwelling units that are allowed on this property. So that adds up to 122 of the 175 units. We understand that the reason for this proposal is to support some unit buyers who purchased their properties as investment or recreational properties, and these buyers purchased with an interest in operating short-term rental accommodations within their units. The proposed amendment would change the precincts on the lot from an urban residential medium precinct and a conservation precinct to an urban residential medium with exception precinct and a conservation with exception precinct. And these exceptions would be to permit the short-term rental accommodations as additional permitted accessory uses, as I noted earlier, and to carry forward those previous site-specific exceptions and holding provisions. And the amendment, if council views it favorably, would also delete those old provisions as they'd be now incorporated into the new provisions. So this on the screen here, it's just showing you a few of the buildings. So on the left there is what's known as Building H, and I believe that's a 15-unit building. On the right is Building G, which would be one of the 12-unit stacked townhouse buildings. Building D is another of the 15 units stacked townhouse buildings. Building F is a 12-unit building. And the Building R is a 4-unit row townhouse building that's located at the top of the hill there. That's the one that you can see from the Fairy Lake side of the hill. And all of the other buildings I showed you, you can see from what I'll call the town side of the hill. On the right is a portion of the forested area that's to be protected. And here are two views of the access road in. So there's the one on the left is just looking down the access road towards Forbes Hill Drive. And you can imagine the De Novo building would be just on your right in that picture. And the one on the right-hand side is showing that same entrance lane looking up. And you can imagine the De Novo building would be on your left in that picture. So the application proposes no physical development. Instead, it's just proposing to add limited short-term rental accommodation uses. STRA uses are not permitted as of right currently in the UR2 precinct. And it's important to note that they were never permitted on these lands. While short-term rental accommodation uses are permitted in certain precincts in the town to support Huntsville's tourism economy, the Huntsville Housing Needs Assessment, endorsed by Council in December 2024, and the Housing Action Plan, endorsed by Council in March 2025, noted a shortage of much-needed long-term rental housing in Huntsville. Such housing is critical to supporting the town's local economy, including the tourism sector. While important for tourism, the supply of short-term rental accommodations impact the available supply of owner-occupied and long-term accommodation options. As such, Council directed staff to limit the short-term rental accommodation supply and discourage short-term rental accommodations, STRAs, I'll just call them STRA conversions, by restricting permissions to them to locations where long-term rentals are less practical and desirable, and by limiting the overall number of licenses that can be issued in a calendar year. The Council approved Housing Action Plan recommended an amendment to the Community Planning Permit Bylaw to remove as-of-right permissions for the urban residential low precinct in the Huntsville urban area. And this matter was just considered by Council. Given Council's decision on that matter, it's Council's intent to limit new short-term rental accommodations in the Huntsville urban area. Looking at the short-term rental accommodation bylaw, it's important to note that there have also been recent changes. And those were also designed to help support the provision of owner-occupied and long-term rental housing. In June 2025, so just recently, Council approved amendments to the short-term rental accommodation bylaw in response to inquiries from the general public and Council recommendations to implement provisions of the Housing Action Plan. These amendments provide better clarity for users of the bylaw respecting application requirements, include provisions for overall cap on the number of annual short-term rental accommodation licenses to be issued annually, and add additional advertising restrictions. Two of the recent changes to that STRA bylaw that are of relevance here are the new 250 license limit on the total number of annual townwide licenses that may be issued, and the requirement for the applicants to demonstrate that they have owned the property for more than 1 year before being eligible to apply for a license. It's staff's opinion that the addition of 122 new potential STRA units within the Huntsville urban settlement area would be contrary to the recent direction of Council to rein in short-term rental accommodations to better support the provision of healthy long-term rental housing. Looking at the official plan, policies in Part D do recognize the importance of, or do recognize that there's a shortage of available long-term rental stock in Huntsville. And as a result, the plan includes policies to encourage retention of existing rental housing stock, identifying these units as an important element of smart value housing. To ensure adequate supply of smart value housing in the town, the plan also notes that the majority of smart value housing will need to be encouraged in the Huntsville urban settlement area, community settlement areas, and the Hidden Valley recreational lifestyle and resort area designations. This is because such areas are serviced by transit and other services such as shopping, parks, and other community facilities. As such, housing in these built-up areas of the Huntsville urban settlement area are strongly encouraged, because of the availability of nearby services. With respect to this application, it's staff's opinion that the application would not conform to the policies of the official plan as they relate to encouraging provision and maintenance of long-term rental accommodations in the Huntsville urban settlement area. Looking at the provincial planning statement, the proposal would appear not to be consistent with the PPS policies to the extent that the proposal would not constitute an efficient use of land and infrastructure and would not generally support provision of housing to address the town's needs, which, as we know, were clearly outlined in the housing needs assessment and the action plan emerging from it. This application was submitted in accordance with the Planning Act, and there were 2 objection letters received from the public. One was attached to my report, and one was submitted to council following agenda publication. Objection comments from the District of Muskoka were also provided and were appended to the staff report. One of the public objectors noted concerns with the provision of 122 STRA units within a concentrated area, which they said would result in noise issues. They also pointed out that garbage issues, parking violations, and party complaints may all increase. And they further noted that the application may adversely affect tourist accommodations, tourist commercial accommodations. The second objector, a lawyer representing the neighboring property owner, noted the proposed use could conflict with the important treatment conducted in their facility and supported staff's position. District staff's objection comments noted that the Muskoka official plan doesn't have any specific policies respecting short-term rental accommodations. However, the plan encourages provision of a wide array of housing opportunities and residential intensification, including housing that's attainable in a full range of income and demographic groups. The proposal was viewed with concern by district staff as short-term rental accommodations can significantly impact housing availability, particularly in urban centers, by converting permanent housing and or long-term rental units into short-term rental accommodations. Given that the town has implemented a number of comprehensive policies, including prohibition of short-term rental accommodations in medium and high-density urban residential development, district staff did not recommend approval. So in closing, this application would appear not to conform to the intent of the town's official plan, nor be consistent with the provincial planning statement, and as such, staff is recommending denial. Thank you, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thanks very much. I'll call the applicant or the representative to make any comments. Welcome.
Thank you. Stefan Sherbach, Planscape Inc., 104 Kimberly Avenue in Bracebridge. Thank you very much for providing me with the opportunity to speak to committee on behalf of the owners. The owners, Summit GP Inc. With me today is Mr. David Chow, representing the owners and developers, and he would also like to respectfully address the committee after myself. Planscape has been involved with the applicant since 2018, and the previous planning approvals, I mean, clearly there was a lot of constraints both on site and with the very complicated, convoluted planning policies that are in place in order to preserve, you know, some of the important features on the property. It was always the goal of the developer to work with these specific policies and ensure that the proposed development met that very specific direction as set out by the town. Since the applicant commenced their sales program back in 2019, and up until they were finally able to submit for building permits, they were met with many issues and delays to both their construction timelines and the sales program, obviously brought on by the pandemic and post-pandemic issues as well. In addition, while their focus was on the construction of this first phase, the town commenced the regulations for short-term rentals as that construction commenced. Many of the future owners, as Richard had noticed, that they purchased their units to provide the option for short-term rental while they're not occupying the unit. And to be honest, the developer and the future owners didn't pay attention to these regulations, and specifically these recent changes that have occurred within the last several months. Fast forward to your housing needs assessment and the housing action plan that commenced last year. There are many more proposed changes. One just happened before this, and some changes to your short-term rental bylaw as well. These obviously have happened after individuals have purchased their units, and it was always their intent and understanding that they could rent out their units on a short and long-term basis to have that option available to them. I've reviewed your staff report and fully appreciate and respect the work that staff have completed in their assessment. I fully support the goals of the housing needs study and respect the fact that staff are following the directions of committee and council. However, our clients seem to be caught in the middle of these important changes to the community and those that were those related to the owners who had purchased their properties. When considering the first phase of development has been underway for quite some time and commenced prior to the town having these regulations for short-term rentals within your jurisdiction, they're obviously seeking an amendment to the bylaw to permit this use. So I'm a planner. I'm going to focus on a few key policies that support my client's proposal. It's important to acknowledge that technically short-term rentals are a form of housing. And that there is a demand and it is used to address some, not all, but some of the housing needs within a community, within any community. I also acknowledge that short-term rentals can be spoiled by a few bad situations, and my clients have believed that their specific property in question can alleviate some of these negative concerns that we've heard from some of the neighbors, including noise, garbage, etc. There will be staff on site. There will be other condominium owners there. It is a condominium community, and there is the ability to firmly regulate this privately, again, to hopefully avoid any bylaw issues related to that, should the committee wish to approve this. Back to some of the planning policies. The staff report leans specifically on several of the housing policies that are in the town and district official plan. In my opinion, short-term rentals are a form of housing that, in my mind, can be contemplated, within these noted policies. Short-term rentals bring new people into your community. They play a key role in tourism and economic development sectors as well. We can't forget about those important policies. These policies specifically promote and encourage tourism and economic development and are also equally important when reviewing applications against planning policies as a whole. I would ask council to consider these policies as it relates to, again, this specific property. The location of this property is also important to consider. It has access to the waterfront, noting that the short-term rental bylaw does specifically focus on cottage waterfront rentals. So this does form part of the waterfront community. Its location in the area being very close proximity to your downtown core, where guests and owners can easily walk to this area. The Summit Center is nearby. Local parks and attractions are right next door. Permitting short-term rentals on this specific property clearly follows the other economic development and tourism policies and directions within all three documents, including the provincial planning statement, the District of Muskoka's official plan, and the Town of Huntsville's official plan. Sorry, I got it wrong. It's important to note that the district and town OP do not provide any specific short-term rental policies to restrict this form of housing. On the contrary, there are many key policies, including a specific goal to provide diverse housing opportunities and meet the diverse needs for everyone in the community. Short-term rentals are part of these opportunities and needs. I'm almost done with my throat. Oh, that would be amazing. Sorry, thank you. Thanks. Thank you. In light of these recent and rapid changes to your short-term bylaws and the proposed policies to address the housing needs, my client recognizes that perhaps the 70% of all the units, being 122 units of the permitted 175, could be available for short-term rental, and that it might be a larger number. However, it's also acknowledged that this isn't a guarantee that 122 units will be in place. The town still maintains a severe degree of review against these applicants. It doesn't mean they're all guaranteed to get it. We're not asking for any variations to your short-term rental bylaw. It just provides the owners with an opportunity to apply and abide by your short-term rental bylaw. So we know there's a number. The owners are going to have to apply. They're going to have to apply parking. They're going to have to prove this to you before they're even granted a license. So it's not a blanket to say 122 shall be it and that's it. The owners have that opportunity. They purchased it to have that opportunity. It's up to them to move forward and apply for it specifically. So it's not detracting from that short-term number that you have, short-term rental number that you have. There's still the obligation that they have to follow that process and procedure. It's just allowing that opportunity to occur if a purchaser, chooses to take this route. You still control who grants the license. You still have the ability to regulate them. You still have the ability to, if there are some bad apples out there, you've got the system to go against that as well. So that is still in play. Finally, as I've mentioned earlier, the owners are now fully aware of the housing needs. They've really educated themselves on these important policies. There are 2 future phases that are to be released with this development. They're still subject to a holding symbol totaling 117 units. My client would like to open up discussions with staff to consider revisions to their initial development plans and look for the possibility of increasing the number of units and also looking at considering smaller, more affordable units with their balance of development. Again, providing a mixed opportunity where there are opportunities for smaller units, long-term rentals, and some opportunities for some of the short-term as well. So they're looking for that balance to provide not only to the existing owners who have purchased the units, but also future owners for the next following 2 phases. They're going to adjust their future sales program to limit short-term rentals for those future phases. But again, this would be in line with your new official plan policies to provide, a focus on the long-term rentals as well, specifically on this development. My client would respectfully request committee support to permit this in the first phase of this development. In addition, it would be a shame for the town to turn this down. I know that in discussions with the planning department, it'd be great to update the current zoning to reflect the intended zone for this area. It's a little convoluted, so that's just a bit of a bonus to get that housekeeping amendment in place as well. So in my professional opinion, the applications are consistent with the provincial planning statement. They do conform to both the official plans. I just wanted to thank you for your time, and David would also appreciate an opportunity to address council.
Thanks very much. Yes, David, quickly.
Hi, good afternoon, Chair, Your Worship, fellow councillor, and the public of the audience. So thank you for the opportunity for me allowed to speak today on behalf, not just as a developer, as also someone that deeply invested in the town of Huntsville. So we're very proud when we acquired this site to be part of the community when we looked at it back in 2018. So I would like to take a few moments to share our journey in the eyes of us. Right, why we acquired this site at the time. So this site, when we looked at it, wasn't just a land. It was a potential or something we saw that could be a landmark part of downtown Huntsville. It was approved, I think Richard mentioned, in 1995, and that's close to 30 years. There's no activity, and we saw the opportunity to make something and be part of Huntsville. So in 2018, we acquired the site. End of 2018, we started our sales and marketing. In 2019, we launched phase 1. So as we know, 2019 into today, we all have experienced, I guess, a lot of challenges throughout these years that no one has ever witnessed, such as the pandemic, inflation, rising interest rate, supply chain disruption. All of this contributed to a lot of, I guess, challenges that caused delays, and not only to us as developer, the construction and the housing industry as a whole. So our team this site brought a lot of challenges because our team has, with the additional costs, that we have incurred and the challenges with the city. I'm not sure a lot of people know we bought additional land from the city and it was a little bit different from our agreement. So a lot of back and forth that also contributed the cost overrun to our land. But with that being said, our commitment to this project has never, wavered. So from the beginning, our vision has always been about balance between housing, tourism, and long-term community benefit. And today, we're just asking for the rezoning to allow short-term rental to be used in our development site. So, Chair, Your Worship, and Councillor, so what we're really asking, it's not about just fairness, it's about trust and the integrity of what we have sold to our previous purchaser prior to the short-term rental bylaw came into place. And we understand what we're asking for. It's not any changes to your existing short-term bylaw. We're asking for the right for these purchaser at the end of the day to apply. So it's like no other homeowner that buys a cottage within the zoning to apply for that. And at the end of the day, we're not adding 122 units on top of your 250 capacity or limit. So my understanding, there's 200 and something that's already been approved. Assuming your cap is at 250, that means only 30 individual can allow this. So in essence, we're only adding 20 if all of them get approved as well. That's in addition to all the people applying it through the same channel. So so that's something I would like to emphasize. The control goes back to you guys as the committee to approve this. So it's not what everyone's understanding, the 100 additional 122. So it's not like 300 something.
All right, thank you very much. I'll go to members of the public that would like to speak to this application. I see no one in the gallery. Anyone online would need to raise your electronic hand.
Chair Stone, I see no hands raised.
All right, council members, comments or questions? Deputy Mayor Armour.
Thanks, Chair Stone. Just a very quick clarification. So it's the zoning that would, it's specified if our cap is 250 and they have 3 people who want to apply for short-term rental. But it's the zoning that stops them from applying. Is that what I'm understanding here? Is that what I heard?
Richard?
Thank you. I might have to ask you a question for clarification. So, but maybe I'll start. So the issue with the use permissions on this property is that no short-term rental accommodation units are permitted. So the way the licensing bylaw and the community planning permit bylaw work together is one governs licenses and the licensing process and the advertising process and penalties if you don't follow that process. And the other defines what a short-term rental accommodation use is and informs which properties can allow it to occur on. So where they're permitted. So what we're doing now, the short-term rental bylaw, licensing bylaw, doesn't affect anything in that. It's just purely allowing this use to happen on this property within a limited number of the units that are permitted. So what David said is right. A cap was approved on the number of licenses that can be issued town-wide, and that cap is unchanged. So 250 is the number. It's just this application is to say the use is permitted on these properties. Did I get what
Yeah,
the
I
nut?
got it, 'cause I was confused over the 122 and 70% of units and et cetera. So that's thanks, Richard.
Councillor Clark.
Thanks, Chair Stone. Just a few comments. So I can understand the developer wanting to try to address the buyers and speculators' concerns that purchase the condos and for future buyers. But I'd just like to say that it highlights the risk of buying properties for speculation and for investment, and making sure that your desired use of the property can be used in such a way that the buyer would like. And also with the understanding that our policies and planning policies are always changing and going to be changing. So I don't support this application, and I believe it would take us a step in the wrong direction if we approved it.
Mayor Alcock?
Thank you, Chair Stone. First, I want to say thank you to both Stefan and David for your presentation. I certainly understand the challenges that you have gone through in getting to this point, and I'm certainly glad that you are moving along on the project. A couple of points of clarification, though. It sort of follows along the lines of Councillor Clark and Deputy Mayor Armour. I believe, Richard, you said that, in fact, we never allowed short-term rentals at this site. So even in the early days when buyers were buying, and this speaks to a bit of the buyer beware, they were never allowed at this site. So it's unfortunate. And I do respect, you know, the concept that we've got a cap, and we're just, the request is allowing people to apply, but we're not going over and above the cap. But, you know, in a strange world, what if all of the 122 did apply and they were first one out of the gate? That would be half the market of what we allow in our community. And I think that creates an imbalance that I personally wouldn't be able to support. Not that that would happen, but, you know, in a weird world. I guess the question I have too is why there's a request for 70%. If you know, clearly there's still more, there are other phases, and many people still have yet to buy. Why is the request for 70% not something like 20% or 15%? Why 70%?
Go ahead.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Chair, to the mayor. It was a starting point, just to have that discussion, put a number on it. If that number is a concern, the owner is very willing to bring that back if it becomes an issue. It's again providing some opportunities for the future phases, but if the focus is on the first phase, I mean, again, we can have that discussion with members of committee and are willing to you know, scale that back if that is the concern. I guess the idea is, yeah, we knew there was a cap. Having that number in place just meant to, you know, first come, first serve. I'm assuming that's how your process works. But I'm also assuming that perhaps staff have the ability to sprinkle that throughout the municipality. I don't know. And if that number is too high, then absolutely, I think the owner is willing to bring that down.
Again, I appreciate that response. It does speak, it sort of opens up a couple of other comments, though, and that is that I know in a previous discussion, and you mentioned it today, David, you said it, that you appreciate, you know, where the future of our housing market is, and that you have other lands that you said that perhaps you could open up to more rental or that sort of thing. So I would expect that there wouldn't even be a consideration of having future phases that would allow for short-term rental in that. So to me, that is almost like a non sequitur in a way. The other part, and this is where I tend to agree with the staff report, and that is, you know, we're trying to build housing and permanent residential communities in Huntsville. And areas like Hidden Valley, which we all know very well, special planning areas that were created, that part of the policy around that was recreational residential. So one almost expects to have short-term rental and all sorts of housing tenure. That wasn't the expectation with this development. This development was, I believe, as I understand the history, was sold as permanent housing. So to me, by allowing for short-term rental in this up to a potential of 122 units goes against where I think the planning policy objective was. Just my view. So, thank you.
Councillor Cloutier.
Through you, Chair. Maybe Kristen can help me with this question. So we cap at 250, is it? Okay, so our cap is at 250 now. I think we're full. Yeah, 195. So we still have, how many more people have applied, new applications in the last year? Like, I'd like to know, is there the demand there for this? You know, we obviously have room for people if they want them, but is the demand there for more?
Through you, Chair. It's interesting. We see a bit of a fluctuation annually with not the same owners licensing every year. So some start and then they do it for a year and stop. So it's not always the same number, but we're pretty close to steady at about, I think, 210 or 20, I think is the number that we're sort of hovering at. Whether or not there would be an increased need, I don't know at this point. The only other thing I was going to mention was that if, in practice, if we are at 251 licenses, that owner would have the opportunity to appeal the license refusal, and then it could be reviewed by the licensing committee.
Well, I wrote some thoughts. This application troubles me. The development was approved in 95 and wouldn't be approved in its current form today. One of the most beautiful parts of Huntsville has been devastated by these condos. And we're now being asked to approve a potential 122 short-term rentals up there. Short-term rentals have already removed a huge number of long-term rentals off the market. And we're in the midst of a long-term rental housing crisis. And that's why we limited it to 250. If we deny this application, these condos will be year-round homes to the owner or long-term rentals and not profit centers for investors abroad. I won't be voting in favor of this. Are there any other comments from council? Councillor Morrison.
I guess a question first to Kirsten and then a comment. So at the time that I think 2019 it was launched?
Yes, we got acquired in 2018.
2018, so 2019 it was launched. When did our short-term rental bylaw and MAT tax come into effect? What year was that?
We were doing public consultation throughout 2018 and 19. The MAT bylaw itself came into effect in 2018, I believe.
Okay.
And then the short-term rental piece of it in I think it was one of the first bylaws in 2020.
2020, okay. So the only thing I'm thinking of is, you know me, I'm one that I'd like the number to be less than 250. You know, I want less short-term rentals. But in this situation, the only thing I would be even willing to consider is the people that have purchased at that time, the people that purchased back then. No promises were made. There's no obligation by the town or the developer to provide short-term rentals. But I think if you're, I did speak to Mr. Nagy about the requirements, like you need to have walk-up access. It can't be like a condo building that has elevators and stuff. That wouldn't meet, the buildings themselves do meet the requirements for short-term rentals. I wouldn't want to see a ton of short-term rentals up there, but if there was a small amount of original buyers that want to apply, it is a kind of a place when you think about it, with a ton of other townhouse and condo owners living there and renting there and being there. It's not a place that we should get a lot of calls at. And it's kind of like the Grandview condos. I don't think we get a lot of calls at the Grandview condos. We get a lot of our complaints at the individual waterfront homes that are having too many people, overloading and having issues. So when I look at the suitability of the units are suitable for short-term rentals. Do I want 122? Not a chance. But I wouldn't have a problem with the original buyers that bought back in 2019 being considered to give them a chance to apply. And if they meet the criteria and they're not going over 250, I don't have a problem with that. And it would end up being at the very, very, very most, you're talking 30 out of 156 units. The benefit to us of allowing them to do it means that maybe these deals close. And keep in mind that our most recent changes were happening kind of almost right around the time that occupancy was about to happen at these units, right? So they're kind of caught in limbo. And if anything, it might improve the viability, get the next phase going quicker, get construction out of there and let it start to naturalize and become an actual neighborhood. So again, I don't have a problem with a small number of units being in there, 70%, no chance. But the original buyers, I would not have a problem with.
Mayor Alcock.
Thank you, Chair Stone. And I do find Councillor Morrison's comments interesting. It's sort of where I was going about the 70%. Do we have an idea what that number is?
Referring to the phase one right now. Referring to phase one and the original group of buyers that thought at that time, they probably would have been allowed to have a short-term rental if the building was closing right then. So wondering, people under that premise, how many of them were purchasing right then?
So, well,
David?
keep in mind, it's going back to my statement, it's the sales launch, it was our sales launch and campaign, right? So there's languages out there. So imagine you're one of the purchaser, regardless you purchase or not. In the internet, you will see that. So I think it's more favorable and protects us for future, complexity if it maybe just phase one. I think that might just work. Like I said, there's a cap already, 58. Doesn't mean all these people will apply, number one. If we're talking about future phases, which is the remaining 2/3, 117 units still to come. Now knowing the fact it's not allowed, my marketing and strategy can change. So instead of just capping or picking out that 58, like 30 or 20 or 48, it's going to be it might be messy. That's all.
Councillor Renwick.
Thank you, Chair Stone. And I'm sorry, I don't mean to be thick-headed here, but I don't understand how many people did buy from the first phase. Like, what number are we talking about? About 40?
Correct.
All right, and just for clarification, short-term rentals have never been allowed in this development. Councillor, follow up?
Thank you. That was a follow-up. I did have a follow-up there. So if we allow this to happen, if we allow short-term rentals to happen, because it would change the OMB, the 1995 OMB settlement, the original plan that we had there, that would allow in future other short-term rentals to happen here, correct? So if we change this bylaw today to allow, let's say, just a small portion, it changes everything, correct? Maybe I'm asking Richard.
Richard?
If I may, Chair, I think that's what Richard said originally, that it's the old 1995 settlement agreement that would be changing if we do this today to allow us to do this.
Yes, thank you. So good question. So through you, Mr. Chair. So I guess how I would look at it is this development, the physical development on this particular property and its layout was approved in 1995 by the Ontario Municipal Board, and it was approved as a medium density to low density residential development. So not commercial, like short-term rental accommodations weren't even a thing back then. So physically the development was approved. And what we're doing today is just saying now that that's under construction and we have this thing called a short-term rental, and some of David's buyers have bought with the impression that they could use these units for short-term rentals. David's putting forward an application to see if those uses can be permitted in the buildings that have already been built. So I don't see it as going back on the 1995 approval. It's just adding an additional accessory use to those residential units, if council sees it favorably.
Councillor Cloutier.
Through you. Thank you, Chair. So why did this go to the OMB back in 1995? This question's got to be asked.
Actually, my former neighbor was a councillor back then. I don't know all the reasons. I did do a lot of research when we brought the application forward in 2020, I think. And it's just a very difficult site. The Lake Association had an interest. Obviously, it's very visually prominent, and there's very steep slopes. So there was just a lot of concerns about how it was going to be executed. The idea was to have these multi-residential buildings, kind of buildings in the trees was the idea. And there was just some skepticism on how that was going to be achieved. So ultimately, I don't think it was approved by council. Hence, it got put before the Ontario Municipal Board. And actually, people came together and it was a settlement. So they agreed that if they did certain things, they had really site-specific zoning that would control height and make sure the development is going to be terraced properly. They all agreed that it could happen, so it was approved as a settlement. So that was all in 1995, and I gather it was a very long process.
I'm sure it was, but we go back to it that council back then did turn it down. And they probably came to an agreement at the time with the owners at the time because they knew they were going to lose at the OMB. So anyways, I just take a look at this, like I realized 40 or whatever are sold, but it's kind of like buying a car and going in after a year and you're not pleased with your warranty and your warranty's up and you'd like a little bit more and you're not going to get it. So I just, we're going back on something, we're opening up a can of worms because on this development, what happens on the other developments that have been approved in Huntsville with the same thing that are, the sales aren't quite coming the way they want. And so we got to offer more. And here we are, we're being asked to sweeten the pot for developers, which is in a way, there's other ways we can do it, but I don't think we should be able to have to do it this way.
Councillor Morrison.
Yeah, and I appreciate that. And I agree. I mean, let's face it, I think David and Stefan know this, whoever owns this property is public enemy, at least number 2 or 3 because of how it was all done. However, that shouldn't affect our judgment or decision. The past historical situation, the ups, like that's not, we need to look at it objectively as what, and I'm not saying we allow a ton of short-term rentals. The only thing I'm thinking from what I want from the town and what I want the short-term rentals to be, I'm thinking, do I want 20 units up there or 20 more cottages that we're going to get complaints about? Like I love the cap at 250. I'd be happy if the cap was 220 and we were done with short-term rentals, but the cap is 250. And regardless, I don't think anybody was promised anything. There's nothing I don't think there's anything in your contract saying you can do a short-term rental. And I think I'm just looking at now, nothing to do with the developer at all. The people that are going to come and own units here, some of them might use it as a summer retreat, like you do in Blue Mountain. And when they're not going to be there, try to make a bit of money until they can eventually move here. They're not just all evil speculators. I'm thinking about those people. Would I rather them have a rental up there in a community that can self-govern itself? Or do I want that cap of the next 30 units to get to 250 being cottages next to people that have been on the water for 30 years that are interfered with every day? So that's the only thing I'm thinking objectively as what is the best for the town. And I personally wouldn't mind 20, 30 units up there as opposed to units all scattered through town. Just my thoughts.
Deputy Mayor Armour.
Thanks, Chair. So just to follow up on Councillor Morrison, it would all depend on the bylaw and them getting a license. So ultimately, it would be our choice whether to issue the license and whether they meet the requirements. Correct? So if there ended up being 20 or 3, whatever it is, just wanted to follow up.
Councillor Fitzgerald.
Thanks, Chair Stone. I don't know who this question is for, but how are the renewals weighted? Is it first come, first serve?
Director Maxwell?
Yes.
How are they processed?
Yeah, it's first come, first serve. So it doesn't matter if you had a license in a previous year or not.
So when we do reach that number of 250 and we have 275 applicants, it's first come, first serve. Okay, thank you.
Richard?
And just to add to that, the other complexity, which I alluded to earlier, is you have to own your unit for a whole year before you can apply and be eligible. So that's a new change.
All right, I see no other hands, so I'm going to read the motion. Moved by Councillor Cloutier, second by Councillor Fitzgerald. Be it resolved that Planning Council deny Community Planning Permit Amendment Application CPPA 19-2025 HTE. All in favor? All in favor of denial? All those opposed? And that carries. All right, we're going to take a 10-minute break. All right. Welcome back, everyone. Thank you. Almost picked up the gavel. All right. Madeline's here to talk about 55 Edwell Road.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, and through you, Mr. Chair, the subject property is located at 55 Etwell Road. The lot is designated rural in the Huntsville official plan and is under the urban residential low with previous site-specific exception C1 1318 and a natural constraints 2 overlay in the community planning permit bylaw. The applicant is proposing to construct a single detached dwelling on the land and amend site-specific commercial use permissions to reflect current and proposed uses on the lot. To facilitate this, a community planning permit bylaw amendment has been submitted to change the precinct on the lot from an urban residential low precinct to a community and rural business employment with exception X precinct to permit the following as permitted principal and discretionary uses only as listed on the screen. The amendment also proposes to delete previous zoning exception C1 1318 from the lands, which states that an accessory dwelling unit and variety and convenience store shall not be permitted. So I hope everybody can see the uses okay. Does anyone need me to read them out? All good? Okay. Discussed within the report is an overview of when the previous site-specific exception was applied to the lands, the previous light commercial C1 zoning, and the changes that underwent upon implementation of the community planning permit bylaw. The applicant has worked with staff to suggest using the community and rural business employment precinct as the base precinct for the lands to establish the commercial intent, and then further apply a site-specific exception to outline the only permitted principal uses and those uses that would be discretionary. The permitted principal uses are those uses that were previously permitted under the C1 zone and also permitted within the urban residential UR1 precinct. Discretionary uses were then identified as uses permitted only under the urban residential low precinct. Any development will be required to be authorized through a community planning permit, and through that permitting process, ensuring land use compatibility between commercial and residential uses will be reviewed, along with other factors such as traffic, buffers, and servicing. The rural designation is predominantly a natural forested landscape with varied topography and low-density development. Rural businesses include commercial and industrial uses that will be of a type and scale that serve the needs of the surrounding community. In this instance, the existing primary rural business, being an office and warehouse, is not changing, but rather previous commercial uses are to be reestablished for future flexibility, with the addition of allowing a single detached dwelling to be constructed on the property. Respecting natural constraints, deer wintering yard has been identified on the subject lands. Since the property has already been developed and any additional development can be accommodated in clear portions of the lot, where vegetation removal and site disturbance of existing buffers would not be required, it's been noted that adverse impacts to deer habitat are minimized. When reviewing land use compatibility, such uses which contribute to noise, vibration, or pose a danger will not be permitted unless satisfactorily mitigated through identified measures. And in this instance, the proposal is reestablishing previously permitted uses that appear to be compatible with the uses in the surrounding area, and that would contribute to the rural community. Additionally, the subject lands are approximately 60 meters at its closest point from the Canadian National Railway right-of-way, within 300 meters of a pit, 500 meters of a quarry, and within an area of potential influence of an operating waste disposal site. In this instance, the application was circulated to Canadian National Railway, and they provided comments that are to be included at the permitting stage. And it should be further noted that noise and vibration requirements and potential D4 impact assessments shall be determined once a development proposal for a sensitive land use is proposed and will be reviewed through the community planning permit process. The application was circulated in accordance with the provisions of the Planning Act. District staff noted they would not be opposed to the approval of the application, and their comments were included in the report package. Further, through staff's review and analysis, the application appears to meet the intent of the official plan and be consistent with the provincial planning statement, and as such, staff are recommending approval. Thank you for listening, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thanks very much. I'll call on the applicant or the representative to make any comment. Good afternoon, John.
Good afternoon. John P. Gallagher, 24 Hibbard Road, Huntsville, P1H 1C9. And I'm here with the owner of the property, Daryl Wilson. The Wilsons have owned this property for about 31 years, back probably around 1995 or so. They severed off, which was the original Atwell Schoolhouse, and created their permanent home, which they continue to live in today. The application came about as one of the family members would like to have a house on this property that's underutilized. So we came in with the application for the single family dwelling. Could not find the reason why the site-specific amendment excluded it back in the day. But when we looked at the zoning in the CPP, it had gone from the limited commercial use, which permitted a number of commercial uses, to an urban residential, and the urban residential typically applies within the primary urban boundary on full municipal services. There were discretionary uses under that zone that were permitted, and so make a long story short, Madeline and I have been going back and forth like a tennis match, trying to make sure that we've got the right uses that fit the property. And some of the uses have been labeled discretionary, which is appropriate. And basically the balance of the uses that he had previously are there, with also allowing for a home to be built on the lot for his son. The use itself has been warehousing. It's in conjunction with his business. There's no truck traffic coming and going. He's got a small office in there, and there's no plans to change the use on that. It's going to continue. The business is being sent down to his son, who I believe will be the third generations of Wilsons working in this town. I would ask council to respectfully approve the application, as staff have also recommended approval of it as well. I'd be glad to answer any questions should you have any. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any member of the public that would like to speak to this application? Anyone online? You would need to raise your electronic hand.
Chair Stone, I see no hands raised.
Thank you. I will now go to council, but I do have a question about the D4. How close was the dump?
Sorry, I'm just going to check back to my notes. So, sorry, through you, Chair Stone. It's on the opposite side of Aspidon Road, but it's the subject property is within 500 meters of that identified site.
And presumably will we have an opportunity to potentially remove that necessity to have a D4?
And that can be further reviewed, sorry, through you, Chair Stone, through the community planning permit process.
Perfect. Thank you. John?
I think that's a stump dumping in conjunction with the Fowler pit that's there, and the truck traffic exits before the tracks onto Aspidon Road, so it's not coming up and down Atwell Road where there'd be more impact.
Right. Thank you. All right, council members, comments or questions? Crickets. Moved by Mayor Alcock, seconded by Councilor Renwick. Be it resolved that Planning Council approve Community Planning Permit Bylaw Amendment Application CPPA 13 2025 HTE. The purpose and effect of which is to change the precinct on the lot from an urban residential low precinct to a community and rural business employment with exception precinct, to reflect current and proposed uses on the lot and limit other permitted discretionary principal uses on the lot to those listed in attachment number 1 to report DEV 2025-79. And further that previous site-specific exception C1 1318 be deleted from the lands. Comments, questions, all in favor? And that carries. All right. Now that all comments have been received, I declare these public meetings respecting the above applications to be concluded. We'll now move to the non-public portion of the meeting. And Madeline's still with us for the White application.
Thank you. Through you, Chair Stone. The subject property is located at 738 Riverley Road. The lot is designated waterfront in Huntsville's official plan and is under the waterfront residential 60-meter with a flood zone overlay in the community planning permit bylaw. An application has been submitted to permit the construction of a 61 square meter detached one-story garage, 31 square meter dock addition, and two 13.5 square meter enclosed porch additions to the existing 158.5 square meter single detached dwelling on the lot. A Class 3 community planning permit is required to reduce the interior side yard setback for a one-story detached garage from 6 meters to 3.9 meters. Permit an expansion to an existing legal non-complying dwelling to permit two 13.5 square meter enclosed porch additions. Permit an increase in primary lot coverage from 10% to 16.5%. Permit an increase in accessory lot coverage from 5% to 9.5%. Permit an increase in dock projection along the Muskoka River from 10 meters to 12.8 meters. And permit development within wildland fire hazard area. The application would be conditional on the owner entering into a development agreement with the town of Huntsville and a building permit being issued for the dock addition, and its staff's understanding that the applicants have started this building permit process already. Additionally, the conditions of final approval have been listed within the report package, and amongst the standard conditions includes guidelines for shoreline revegetation, the requirement for securities to be collected, the original shore road allowance being closed and purchased by the owner, and the dwelling additions being constructed above the minimum flood elevation for this portion of the Muskoka River. The report details a discussion about the policies being varied, their intentions, goals, and potential variation limits within them. With respect to lot coverage, in this instance, is that both primary and accessory lot coverage are compliant when the entire lot area is utilized. However, when properties contain the flood zone, the area of the lot outside of that flood zone portion is utilized in the calculation of lot coverage, and in this case is resulting in that required lot coverage increase and that relief being required. Additionally, the applicants had placed a floating dock addition at the end of their existing dock at the beginning of this year's season without the benefit of a planning or building permit, and it's through this application that they wish to legalize this structure. According to the floodplain mapping prepared by the District of Muskoka's Hatch Engineering, the property contains lands that are below the regulatory flood elevation for sections of the Muskoka River. The applicants have plotted both the floodway and flood fringe and note that the proposed enclosed porch additions and garage will be outside of areas prone to flooding and above the minimum building elevation. Further, when determining an appropriate shoreline activity area for the property, the allowable width based on the 45 meters of straight line frontage would be 11.2 meters. The current shoreline activity area is 17.8 meters, and as part of this application, the owners intend to reduce the shoreline activity area through revegetation to achieve compliance with this provision. Overall, the proposal contributes to the functionality of the property and maintains the waterfront character of the area. The proposed garage has been sited in a flat and partially cleared area towards the rear of the property, which is in a suitable location between the driveway and septic field. The reduced interior side yard setback does not appear to impact privacy, as vegetation between the subject lands and neighboring property can be maintained. Further, the dwelling additions have been sited to meet the required interior side yard setback, and won't increase the height of the existing dwelling, nor would require grade changes as they are intended to be elevated on piers. The dock addition does not require an increase in shoreline activity area, and the increase in projection does not appear to impact navigability along the Muskoka River. The proposal meets the intent of the official plan and the waterfront designation, as the components of the proposal maintain the low-density nature of the property and site development in the most suitable locations on the lot in already existing cleared areas and developed areas. The proposal has been developed to provide a net benefit to the overall property by centralizing development, restoring shoreline conditions, and siting proposed development outside of the flood hazard. Natural constraints mapping identifies the shoreline as being unevaluated for fish habitat and flood-prone lands. In this instance, the proposed development is, like mentioned, outside of the flood hazard and further than 30 meters from the shoreline. Therefore, staff do not foresee any impacts to the identified constraints. The application was circulated in accordance with the Community Planning Permit Bylaw. 3 letters of support were received from neighboring property owners and included in the report package. And through staff's review and analysis, the application would appear to meet the intent of the applicable criteria for approval under the Community Planning Permit Bylaw and is consistent with the provincial planning statement. Therefore, staff are recommending provisional approval, subject to the conditions of provisional approval and final approval as listed in the report package. And I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thanks very much. I'll ask the applicant or the representative to make comments if they wish. Is there someone online?
Yes, I will bring them into the meeting.
Thank you. Hello there.
Can everybody hear me okay?
I can. Can you turn it up a little bit?
I can hold my mic closer to my mouth.
There you go. Beautiful.
Okay, okay, perfect.
Go ahead.
My name is Danielle Bilodeau from Justin Cherry Design Studio. I'm here on behalf of the owners, Kevin and Tracy White. The address of the firm is 17 Point Street in Barrie, Ontario, L4M3N6. Thank you, Madeline, for explaining the application. I don't have anything to add. I think Madeline touched on everything really well, but I'm happy to respond to any comments or questions from council.
Perfect. Thank you very much. Councillor Renwick has a question.
Thank you, Chair Stone, and thank you for the report. I'm assuming that the 10-meter dock extension, or it was 10 meters originally, now you're looking at 12.8 meters, and there's like a right angle that goes out with the floating dock. I'm assuming that if you only went 10 meters and you had that floating dock on the side, it may hit the ground or the bottom of the, was that the case, that we were just too close to the shoreline in order to put that floating dock in? That's why the extension was needed? Is that why?
Thank
Madeline?
you. Through you, Chair Stone. So we do permit dock extensions in certain water depths. The applicants did do a measurement of the water depth, and it didn't appear that it would be below that 0.75 meters that we allowed the increased dock extension. I think it just happened to be the configuration. But I can let Danielle add anything if she would like.
If you'd like, go ahead.
Thanks. Yes, when we were looking at the dock, as Madeline mentioned, they kind of put it in without any kind of consultation, but that's fine. But they thought about limiting it to meet that 10-meter setback requirement, but the way the dock was configured, it was basically sitting on the ground, or the ground of the lake. So pushing it out to what they have helps them utilize the lake more.
Great, thanks. Any other comments or questions? I see none. Madeline, is this provisional approval or approval?
It's a provisional approval.
have to do an amendment? All right, so the motion as it reads in the agenda says approve, and so we need an amendment to say provisional approval. All right. So we have a motion to amend, moved by Mayor Alcock, seconded by Councillor Renwick. Be it resolved that the word provisional be inserted before the word approve. All in favor? And that carries. And it's quite a lengthy motion, so I'm not going to read the whole thing. So I will call the main motion as amended. All in favor? And that's carries. All right. Madeline, the Devonley land application.
Thank you, Chair Stone. Through you, the subject property is located at 17 Golf Course Road. The lot is designated rural in Huntsville's official plan and is under the Rural and Community and Rural Business Employment with previous site-specific exception M3 with a holding 0204 and M3 with exception 0204. The property also is under a flood zone and has a natural constraints 1 and 2 overlay in the community planning permit bylaw. Just for some background, in 2014, a site-specific exception was approved for the lands, which changed the zoning to a rural special industrial, so M3 zone, with special exception 0204 and a holding on the property. This was done for portions of the property. The exception details effluent flow and water usage, does not permit fuel storage or a motor vehicle service station on the property, increases the width of required landscape buffers abutting adjacent residential properties, and increases the front yard setback. Further, the holding was put in place to require that a traffic impact and hydrogeological assessment were completed, as the intended use of the property had not been decided upon at the time of that application. Under the community planning permit bylaw, holdings become conditions that need to be fulfilled for an application to proceed. So the applicants are now proposing to use a small portion of the overall property for the intended use, which is to be established through this application. An application has been submitted to permit the construction of a self-storage facility containing 478 self-storage units within 5 buildings on the lot, one building being an outdoor storage area and another including a 30 square meter office within it. So I'll just point it out on the screen here. This building to the furthest east is proposed to be outdoor storage, and the building closest to it, where it's highlighted in yellow, is the proposed office space, and this is also noted to be closest to the entrance of the property. So a Class 3 community planning permit is required to reduce the number of required parking spaces from 94 parking spaces to 16 and permit development within significant wildlife habitat, and that is being Stratum 1 deer wintering area. The application would be conditional on the owners entering into a development agreement with the town of Huntsville. It should also be noted that the application was previously circulated for April's Planning Council meeting. However, the application was pulled from the agenda as the applicants decided on a reconfiguration of the site layout, which included revisions to some of the technical materials, specifically the engineering drawings. The report further outlines all submission materials that were provided. This includes the site plan and landscape plan, which is shown here on the screen, a photometrics plan, scoped environmental impact assessment, wildland fire risk assessment, landfill impact assessment, traffic letter, and stormwater management and construction mitigation report. The proposed development complies with all provisions of the precinct and site-specific requirements as detailed within the report, and is significantly beyond the minimum required setbacks, and lot coverage is well below the maximum that's permitted. Additionally, as the property is just beyond the urban settlement boundary, the proposed use of the lands appears to be low impact and compatible with the surrounding uses in immediate proximity. When reviewing the reduction in parking, it appears that minimal parking is required for employee use of the self-storage and for users, as they are typically noted to park directly in front of their unit to load or unload storage items. And given the aisle width proposed between each building, it seems that there would be adequate space to accommodate users parking in front of their units and vehicles needing to pass by. This appears to accommodate the reduction and the parking demands, and without requiring a large dedicated area solely for parking. The proposal has centralized development to the southeast corner of the property closest to Golf Course Road and Muskoka Road 3 North. The area is generally flat and mostly clear of dense vegetation. The lot slopes from Golf Course Road to the area of the proposed development, which further aids in screening the self-storage units from the road and from abutting properties. Vegetative buffers will be retained and established to ensure privacy is maintained, and further, the existing driveway encroaches onto an abutting property, so this will be corrected through that process, and revegetation will be required to establish the appropriate buffers in this area. The proposed development meets the intent of the official plan, and respecting the rural designation, rural businesses are generally include land-extensive resource management activities, small-scale businesses, and businesses that relate to the rural area. The natural environment is intended to be the dominant landscape. Natural screening and vegetation should be maximized and retained. Roads and driveways should follow the contours of the land, and sufficient setbacks from roadways are encouraged. New rural businesses are required to be established through a community planning permit, which is required to address the appropriateness of development for site-specific location and circumstances. Further, open storage will only be permitted where adequate screening of the storage area is provided, or where open storage is aesthetically acceptable as related to the use. Natural constraints on the property have been identified as deer wintering habitat stratum 1 and 2, steep slopes, wetland, lands within the flood fringe, and wildland fire hazard. The portion of the property where the development has been proposed is noted to only contain deer wintering stratum 1 and areas of wildland fire hazard risk. The remainder of the natural constraints are located within the central and northern portion of the property and will remain undisturbed by the proposed development. Further, a scoped environmental impact study and wildland fire risk assessment were both submitted and are detailed within the report package. Human constraint mapping has identified both a licensed pit and quarry and operating non-municipal waste disposal site in close proximity to the subject lands. A landfill site assessment was completed to evaluate the presence and impact of the subject lands being in proximity to a waste disposal site. And further, a noise and vibration study was not requested by staff to address impacts from the pit and quarry, as the proposed use is not considered a sensitive use. The application was circulated in accordance with the community planning permit bylaw, and no comments were received. Through staff's review and analysis, the application would appear to meet the intent of the applicable criteria for approval under the community planning permit bylaw, and is consistent with the provincial planning statement. Therefore, staff are recommending approval subject to the conditions of provisional approval and final approval as listed within the report package. Thank you for listening, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Calling the applicant or representative to make a comment.
Good afternoon, members of council. Savas Ferreras, Plan Muskoka, PO Box 5384, Huntsville, Ontario, P1H 2K7. I don't really have much to add. I think Madeline's presentation was very comprehensive. She's outlined all the technical merits of the application. Really, the only variation that was ever in question was the parking. It was a little surprising when we ran the numbers, how many parking spots would be required at 94. I think there might be like an oversight maybe in the current CPP bylaw. I think it was carried forward from the previous zoning bylaw as well too. We ran some comparables into different municipalities, and we saw that, for instance, the city of Aurelia and the city of Barrie would require 5 for this many units. So at 16, I think we're pretty good. It was just a bank of parking on the property that seemed to make sense. So we could just include that, and I think that covers off parking. I think Madeline's comment regarding how people use these storage units is accurate. From what I've seen, people normally just drive up, park right outside their unit, roll up the door, load, unload, and leave. So I don't ever expect 94 people to be there at once. So I think we're pretty safe on this one. So I'd be happy to answer any further questions that you have. Thank you.
Excellent. Yeah, I was shocked by that number too. Well, I was first shocked, saying, why are we reducing it that much? And then I go, oh, that makes sense. Council, any comments or questions? All right. Oh, it's a long one too. So I won't be reading this. It's exactly as it is in the package. So I'll call the question. All those in favor? And that carries. All right. Lisa's coming in with the Perkin application.
Thank you, Chair Stone, and through you. The subject property for this application is located at 630 East Fox Lake Road. The property is within the waterfront designation in the official plan and the waterfront residential 60-meter WR1 precinct in the community planning permit bylaw. The property is accessed via East Fox Lake Road, which is a year-round municipally maintained local road. The purpose and effect of this application is to permit the construction of a 16 square meter addition to an existing dwelling, which I'm, trying to highlight here just a second. So just there on the northern side of the existing dwelling, as well as to recognize an existing 11.1 square meter roofed accessory structure, which is located in the center of the property there. And to permit the following variations. Reduce the northern interior side yard setback from 6 meters to 3.7 meters for the addition only, and increase the maximum number of enclosed or roofed accessory buildings or structures on the lot from 3 to 5. Please note, photos of the site have been included in your agenda package. However, the property owners requested they not be shared on the screen today. There is an existing site plan agreement in place on this property, being SPA 68-2016 HTE, which permitted 4 accessory structures, being the private cabin, which is down here, workshop and studio, which is here behind the dwelling, gazebo, being closer to the water there, and a pump house, which is on the stairs down towards the water. 2 additional structures were to be removed as conditions of that site plan agreement. And one of those structures is shown on this site plan agreement as that tiny little square behind the dwelling there, being a shed. The studio, which exists on the site now, was built without an amendment to the site plan agreement or a building permit. And when staff visited the property in relation to this application, we noted the total number of roofed accessory structures presently on site to be 7, including one of the structures which was previously agreed to be removed, that shed which I just highlighted, and a wood shed near the driveway, which is not shown on this site plan. Also, during staff's visit to the property, we noted the shoreline contained 2 stone retaining walls, one of which spans the majority of the frontage of the property, and neither of these were depicted on the site plan attached to the previous site plan agreement. Staff have no concerns regarding the addition to the dwelling, provided the vegetative buffer along the side yard is maintained, and no concerns have been received from the neighboring property owners. Staff are concerned about the trend of overdevelopment on the property, which does not align with the policies of the official plan relating to protecting the features and character of the natural environment and restricting building envelopes to ensure the least amount of site disturbance possible. Staff feel it would be reasonable to permit the 11.1 square meter roofed accessory structure to remain if the property owners agree to meet the proposed conditions requiring removal of the additional accessory structures and portions of the retaining wall outside of the 15-meter maximum permitted shoreline buffer width, and allow a portion of the shoreline to revegetate naturally to improve upon the existing situation. The application was circulated in accordance with the provisions of the Planning Act and the Community Planning Permit Bylaw. No objections were received from any of the agencies or neighbors circulated. Given the analysis of the town's policy and the proposal, the application appears to conform with the intent of the official plan, be consistent with the provincial planning statement, and meet the applicable criteria for approval under the CPP bylaw, subject to the recommended conditions. As such, staff are recommending the application be approved subject to those conditions. However, I believe the property owners are here today with some potential questions for committee about those. But staff are recommending the application be approved subject to those conditions, and I would be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thanks very much. I'll call on the applicant or representative to make any comments. Welcome.
Thank you. Afternoon. So I think that we should start with having some history first. That property that we bought in 2004 had at the beginning, when we first moved in, the pump house that was referred to, which has been there from time immemorial. That's right. It has got the bank now sort of encroaching around it, so it's actually holding the bank up itself. All we use it for is to put chairs, etc., that we would be using on the beach. We fell in love with the place because it had a beautiful sand beach, and we've actually lost some of the beach over time. We also loved that it was so forested, and we've tried to maintain that as best we could. Came up when we have our main building, which needed some repair. We had 2 outhouses at the time, both in disrepair, and 2 bunkies, and a woodshed. Very poor construction. So what we ended up coming to when we got mold in our ceiling, thinking we have to do something in order to maintain our house, we had to make a decision, and we had 2 choices. Either to build one large building, which would have enough room to accommodate our family when it came, which we have 5 children. And that's quite a common thing, and it would be 2 stories. It would be into the bank. It's usually the way it goes. Or to maintain the history and the character of the property. We chose the second. Our house, as we renovated it, is very much like it had been on the inside. It has pine paneling, you know, half a roof over your bedroom. And we insulated it, made it much more livable. We put the 2 bunkies together, got rid of the 2 outhouses, and we built another outhouse. And the reason for that was because we did not have a generator, and the power goes out quite frequently out there. So someplace to go to the bathroom was always a good thing to have. We did take down the woodshed that has been referred to, but we did move it on and built a new one because we needed one. We have the screened-in gazebo, which we enjoy in bug season, especially this year. And the studio, which is my little space for creativity, to decorate cookies, to do research, do anything creative. So that is how we came to have this many buildings on the property. We really haven't done much except by adding the two pieces of the bunkies. So our goal when we renovated actually was to make it look and seem like the buildings blended into the property, blended into the trees and to the nature. And we feel like we've achieved that. And our property has paths through it, and it's through the woods. We have taken down very few trees. We probably should take down some trees for fire prevention and so they don't fall on our building. And we've maintained it so that the wildlife still comes to our home. We have birds, we have bees, we have hummingbirds, we have squirrels and chipmunks, we've had fox, we've had deer, we've had an occasional moose, we had a bear that I didn't see, but I did see his calling card. And my most favorite one is that we have an owl, Shakespeare, a barred owl who comes by and sometimes brings his friends, which we very much love. So we have feeling that we have maintained nature and as much of it as we possibly can. We would maintain our home the same way as we have up until now with the addition, which would be a great help to us to add another bedroom and a closet, which would be really nice. So I'll let, I better have.
I'm Tom Perkin at 630 East Fox Lake Road, Huntsville, P1H 2J2. And good day, Chair Stone, Mayor Alcock, councilors, Director Maxwell, and Planner Gillen, and other staff. Now a full-time resident, I've been a lifelong visitor to Fox Lake, and our family is now the 5th generation on the east side of Fox Lake. My presence on Fox Lake has been lifelong and meaningful, and we do not take it for granted. We are living on approximately 2 acres with 200-foot frontage. The original cottage was probably built in the 1930s or 40s, but was rebuilt in approximately 1967. At the time of our purchase in 2004, as my wife mentioned, the main cottage was accompanied by 7 outbuildings. It needed some TLC, but we lived with it and enjoyed it for about 10 years until the issues that she mentioned came up. We restored and modernized our cottage to make it more energy efficient, but we declined to take it down and build a new, likely larger building with more included features such as additional bedrooms, washrooms, and a living space. So considering the accessory buildings as noted on the site plan, the gazebo represents our screened-in porch, which is common on many homes and cottages, usually attached, but ours is separate from our main building. The bunkie is basically amounts to 2 original bunkies, which were in disrepair. One fell down actually, so has been replaced with a new and provides extra accommodation for family and friends to visit. The advantage for us of the bunkie is that it doesn't require to be heated when not in use for about 46 to 48 weeks of the year. The shed and workshop represent renovated and enlarged existing shed to accommodate storage and project needs, and as well as only heated as needed. And then, as my wife mentioned, the studio is her creative space. So these buildings were erected, yes, separately from the main building, but thoughtfully and respectfully to the surroundings, and pleasingly, we feel, placed on the property to complement, not to detract from the natural environment. The surrounding woodlot remains in its natural state, and we have the tree-lined pathways that were mentioned to our buildings, and we have resisted the extensive removal of trees and vegetation around those buildings, even though aging trees do pose a risk, and one has already fallen on our bunkie. Our current lot coverage estimated is 3 to 3.5%. Our project is to replace our present open-style partition-type walled bedroom, which allows light and sound to spill into the present bedroom, affecting sleep when, for example, others visit, work in the kitchen, or watch TV, and also to address limited cupboard space for proper clothes storage. So as outlined in the submission by Planner Gillen, we are requesting to add a single room, which will serve as a proper bedroom, not a second bedroom, but just a proper bedroom for us, and add much needed cupboard space for our clothing. So I wish to speak briefly for a moment to the provisions attached by the Planning Department to our application. First of all, remove the remaining shed as noted on the 2016 site plan. The remaining shed represents the outhouse that my wife referred to, and our outhouse has nobly served its purpose, but we are prepared to remove it. To remove the woodshed, secondly, we did remove a pre-existing 5 by 12 foot woodshed, which was derelict with a leaking roof and stored the wood on the ground. We did replace it with a sturdy 6 by 12 foot woodshed in a different previously cleared area, in keeping with the design of the other buildings, with the goal of storing a supply of dry seasoned wood used in winter to offset and reduce our reliance on electricity through our heat pump and our baseboards. I am sorry that our new woodshed does not appear to be identified in its present location on the site plan. That is an oversight which we would be pleased to work with the town to update. Our woodshed is essential to our well-being living here, and we wish to preserve it for our use. Thirdly, remove the retaining wall. We were taken aback by this recommendation and only became aware of it during our review of the agenda in preparation for the meeting. To provide you with a historical perspective, due to erosion on the east side of Fox Lake, the beach level at the cottage that I grew up at was approximately 3 to 4 vertical feet higher, and the sand stretched out much further to meet the water than at the present time. A substantial sand point at the north-south junction of the east side of Fox Lake has essentially disappeared. So we inherited a defined beach area flanked by tea bush and scrub maples, which still make up a significant naturalized portion of our shoreline, as well as a steep bank up to the cottage, anchored by birches now in decline and evergreen trees. Our beach area was eroding in the mid-2000s such that it fell below the bottom stair, which previously had been at the beach level. So with my historical experience on the east side of Fox Lake and the potential for continued erosion and loss of our property, we decided to mitigate erosion with a carefully placed retaining wall to protect our original beach and provide passage from one side of the property to the other across the shoreline. Erosion mitigation efforts are apparent in the local urban and rural areas. Erosion has continued along the shoreline in general, with undermining of some tea bush vegetation noted in some areas as well. We personally have noticed no apparent ill effects of our mitigation effort. Ducks, geese, larger fish and minnows, a turtle passed by on Monday evening, otter, beaver passes by on occasion. Fisher or martin was seen on the bank and on the ice in the spring. We have deer tracks regularly at our shoreline. Shorebirds, songbirds in naturalized area, including some maples that remain on the beach. Snakes living in the retaining wall. Insects, frogs, and toads, all much to our and our grandchildren's delight. To also note that we have no dock or other structures out into the water. Removal of the retention wall material would be disruptive to our shoreline area and pose potential negative impacts. It would allow our property to erode unnecessarily to no one's benefit, and would seem to be a harsh penalty in the absence of no discernible negative impact. The retention wall was in place at the time of previous visits by town staff after construction of the bunkies and gazebo was completed, and no comments were made regarding this issue at that time. In terms of the actual space of our shorefront that is involved with the retaining wall, I believe that Planner Gillen has mentioned the majority of the area, but I have pasted off and it represents about 30% of the distance of our 200-foot shoreline. So we respectfully...
That's about 12 minutes, if you can kind of wrap things up for me.
I'm going to right now. We respectfully request that the retaining wall remain in place and that this provision be waived. So just to conclude, we know Fox Lake well and we deeply respect its environment. We would not knowingly do anything to negatively impact it. Any work we have done on our property has been done with attention to detail and consideration for the natural environment we live in. We wish to build a modest one-room bedroom addition for the reasons we have outlined. We are prepared to move an existing shed, which is our outhouse at the present time, as requested, and to work with the town planning department to update the existing site plan. We respectfully request that you use your discretion in considering our application to, 1, recognize the essential nature of our woodshed and waive the provision to remove it, and 2, recognize the presence of a retaining wall on a portion of our shorefront vulnerable to ongoing local erosion and waive the provision to remove it. Thank you for taking the time today to hear our thoughts and concerns regarding our application, and we will be pleased to entertain any questions you may have.
Perfect. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'm going to go to council. Any comments or questions? Councillor Fitzgerald.
Thanks, Chair Stone. I'm always puzzled when we include outhouses and woodsheds in these things, and I understand that, you know, if we don't have some kind of rule in place or bylaw in place or planning schedule in place for them, that, you know, they could get bigger and then there's a bedroom in it or whatever. But I think, like in the Ontario Building Code, you're allowed an outhouse, you know? Why is it a consideration when we're looking at these applications? Because it doesn't make any sense to me. And the woodshed, if you need a woodshed, you need a woodshed.
That one I agree with.
So, I guess this is for you, Director Maxwell. It doesn't make sense to me any longer in our planning.
Thank you, Chair Stone. It's a question of massing and the amount of development and roof structures. That there has to be some kind of limitations in the bylaw, and this property just falls within those restrictions of maximum number of structures that can be located. Some woodsheds, absolutely, everybody recognizes it, and I think it's a question of just the overall number as compared to those specific structures. But I do, any structure that's used for human habitation, though, as well, is required to have a building permit, regardless of size. And I know that that's always something that comes up, but I believe outhouses also need a septic permit or some kind of permit from the building department as well, but I will confirm that.
Follow up if you'd like.
So I'm looking at pictures in the drawings, this 2-acre parcel. And an outhouse and a woodshed seems appropriate with all the other structures that are on this property. So I'll put a motion that we allow them to stay.
Okay, I'm going to take a few more questions before we deal with that. Deputy Mayor Armour.
Well, thanks, Chair Stone. I was going along the same path as Councillor Fitzgerald there. I think everybody needs a woodshed if you use wood to burn wood. Last thing you need is a pile of wood with a bunch of tin sitting on top of it in your yard. We all know what that looks like, so woodshed should stay. He said he'd take the outhouse down, or the accommodations, I think someone called it. So I could go with that one going down, and I think the retaining wall should stay. It looks like it's well established. It's in place now, and I think anything we remove now is going to cause more damage than actually leaving it there. So that's just my thought on it. So I like that also.
Councillor Cloutier. Mayor Alcock.
Thank you, Chair Stone. I would echo Deputy Mayor Armour's comments. The woodshed, no question. And I was wondering about the retaining wall, and I tend to agree with you. It does look very well established. In fact, I forget what the percentage is, 30% of the frontage. So I would second Deputy Mayor Armour's motion. Okay.
Hey. All right, I'm still taking questions, and then we'll talk about the resolution later. Councillor Morrison.
Till we're getting to the end of the meeting for the chair. Yeah, I guess, first of all, at least a great report. I had no questions because it was well done and a lot of pictures. I tend to agree about the outhouse and about the woodshed. I don't think I have any issue with that. I also commend you guys for being good stewards, the colors you've chosen, the way you've laid out your stuff, the trees you've kept. I wish all lake owners were as good stewards as you guys are. The retaining wall, I'm just a bit concerned about. So if somebody came today and wanted to build that exact retaining wall, would we let them? And if we wouldn't, then I'm kind of with Lisa on this, that granting it after the fact, I have a problem with. But if it's a retaining wall that if there was a permit taken out, it would have been allowed and it serves a purpose, then I'd be in favor. So I guess I just want more clarification from Lisa and Director Maxwell on what would be allowed. Is it appropriate? Is it worse to take it out than to leave it? Okay.
All right, who's going to handle that one? Lisa.
Thank you, and through you, Chair Stone. So, no, it wouldn't be permitted today. It would fall within the shoreline activity area restrictions, so 25% to a maximum of 15 meters width, which this is longer than that. And I apologize for the misrepresentation. What I saw on site was that the retaining wall took up the majority of the width of the beach area represented on the drawing. So yeah, that being said, I believe it exceeds the 15-meter maximum. I don't know the full exact measurement because it wasn't shown, but we would not support it. And removal, so we promote now more natural solutions for erosion because we know hard surfaces can cause further erosion issues further down the shore to neighboring properties. So there are alternative options that can be looked at for those solutions.
I would just like to interject, if I could, that the retaining wall is presently flanked by tea bush and maple trees that are on our shoreline, so it is buffering any effect that the hard surface may be.
Okay. Councillor Cluche.
As you always said, Councillor, that every application is different. We have to deal with things different. With this wall here, from what I could see out of the picture, it's a two-tiered, so it's holding back 2 levels of sand. I think if we took it out, made them take it out, we're going to lose a lot, and that's going to end up going into the lake. So it's there now. I know it's a crazy thing to say, but it's there now. Did you put that up?
We did erect that, yes.
You did erect it.
Mhm.
So, I mean, it's built properly. It's been there for,
I'll say about a decade,
yeah, so
roughly.
so it's been there for a while now. And I mean, every time an application comes in here, and I know this is crazy because everybody's going to jump on me about this, but an application comes in and then they want something in the front yard, and then all of a sudden we got to make them change everything in their backyard, which is fine to an extent. But I mean, I don't think this is overkill on this. And to me, it's aesthetically pleasing, and it's not a great big high one. It's low, and it's doing what it's purposely built for. And you can see they are good stewards of the land, what they have there. So, I mean, it's not a big commercial development that looks terrible.
So I would agree that they are good stewards of the land. I do have issue with retaining walls. If we saw them along all of our waterways, we wouldn't be the Muskoka we are. So my question, Lisa, is there some way for us to make the situation better without removing the wall entirely?
Thank you, and through you, Chair Stone. I would suggest maybe just having an area that be renaturalized around the retaining wall. So if the retaining wall remains just an area that's not a maintained beach, so that the vegetation is allowed to kind of fill back in.
And if we wanted to move forward with that, or is that what's planned? Or how do we put that in a form of a motion?
So we did prepare a few different options for resolutions for today because we thought there might be some different directions. However, another thing that's come up, if you do want to keep more of the structures than the 5, so for example, the woodshed, we'd have to make some further amendments to allow 6 or 7 additional structures. But we do have wording to just remove the requirements for the retaining wall and revegetation, but I think we might have to still amend what we have to just take away the retaining wall requirement.
All right, so before we take a break to achieve what we're all thinking, what are we all thinking? So we talked about the retaining wall, and I think we might be able to get our heads around what's possible. Councillor Morrison.
Yeah, I wonder, it sounds like there's and I guess I'll go with Director Maxwell and Lisa's guidance on this, but if 15 meters is the allowable shore, retaining wall size, is it a matter of just making it 3 or 4 meters less and then doing some natural vegetation, doing a minimal impact on the homeowner, but not making it so that the next person comes and says, well, I can do 20 meters because the person down the road did 20 meters. We got to be very careful on that. So I just want to make sure the solution doesn't set us up for, there is no precedent, but set us up for future issues.
Councillor Fitzgerald?
Yeah, I think there's, Lisa mentioned the potential for plantings in front of it. So, and I think that in my mind and what I've seen through my work on waterfront properties is that's going to give that newly planted vegetation a better chance of survival and becoming a thriving vegetative state there.
I could mention that at the present time, there are daisies growing on the lake side of the retaining wall. So,
okay. All right. I think staff have heard what we've been saying, and we're going to take another 10-minute break while they put something together.
Clarification on how many of the accessory structures you do want to permit.
All right, Councillor Morrison?
Yeah, I think I'd ask the applicant if they plan on getting rid of the outhouse anyway, regardless or not. But the woodshed, I think, is obvious, and I don't have an issue with an outhouse. So I think I would just find it if they're getting rid of it anyway, then let's only make it for the woodshed.
so one thing to bring up is that the pump house has been identified as an accessory building. The pump house is, as my wife mentioned, historic. It was integrated into the stairway down to the water, and it remains there, and it is actually presently supporting the bank. We don't use it as a pump house. It's not serving its useful purpose anymore for that reason, but it is one of the accessory buildings that's been noted in your report.
Lisa?
Thank you, and through you, Chair Stone. The pump house actually was approved on the previous site plan agreement, so that's not an issue. There's already permissions in place for that.
But it does add to the total, I think is what I'm getting at.
All right, we are going to take a 10-minute break now, and staff will bring us back something. All right, welcome back, everyone. We have a motion to substitute, which it's a little lengthy, but I will read the whole thing. And it's up on the screen as well. So moved by Deputy Mayor Armour, seconded by Mayor Alcock. Be it resolved that Planning Council substitutes motion DEV 2025-82 CPP 87 2025 HTE Perkin 630 East Fox Lake Road for the following. Be it resolved that Planning Council provisionally approve Community Planning Permit Application CPP 87 2025 HTE. The purpose and effect of which to provide relief from subsection 4.3.4, 4.3.4, 14 of the Community Planning Permit Bylaw 2022-97 as amended, to reduce the northern interior side yard setback from 6 meters to 3.7 meters for a proposed 16 square meter addition only, and to increase the maximum number of enclosed roof accessory structures, buildings or structures on the lot from 3 to 6, as shown in the final approved site plan. Conditional on the following being fulfilled prior to permit issuance: the removal of the shed that was to be removed as per Schedule B of SPA 68 2016, and a final site plan drawing including plans for renaturalization of the shoreline buffer in front of the retaining wall and all 6 accessory structures being prepared to the satisfaction of the town. And further, that upon conditions of provisional approval being fulfilled in accordance with subsection 1.17 of the Community Planning Permit Bylaw 2022-97 as amended, a Class 3 Community Planning Permit be issued to authorize the above described development, conditional on development being undertaken in accordance with the final approved plans and drawings, vegetation along the northeastern side lot line being maintained as shown on the final site plan drawing, the portions of the retaining walls extending outside of the maximum permitted shoreline activity area width. Whoops. So we're removing that. All right. Natural vegetation as outlined in the town's revegetation and shoreline buffers policy being established and maintained in a natural state to improve the shoreline buffer within 15 meters of the water's edge as shown on the final marked site plans. Securities in the amount of $2,000 being filed with the town upon execution of the permit to be held as security to guarantee the completion of the shoreline buffer works and in compliance with the final marked site plans until such time as the town is satisfied that such work has been completed. All exterior lighting being dark sky compliant in accordance with the Town of Huntsville Outdoor Lighting Bylaw. Appropriate erosion and sediment control measures being installed prior to the commencement of any works and maintained until all disturbed areas have been stabilized, and all disturbed areas being stabilized and restored to existing conditions or better immediately upon completion of works. So, comments or questions on the substitution? Seeing none, all in favor? And that carries. And now the main motion as substituted. All in favor? And that carries. All right. Okay. Thanks, folks. All right, Kelsey's speaking to the Goodfellow application.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you, the subject property is located at 592 Golf Course Road. The property is within the urban residential designation of the official plan and within the development precinct with natural constraint 2 overlay. Oops. The applicant is proposing to amend the precinct on the subject lands from a development precinct to an urban residential low with exception precinct to create 2 new residential lots, urban residential lots, on private and individual sewer services with a minimum lot area of 0.3 hectares. It should be noted that in the agenda package it was listed that they were, it was from urban residential 1 to urban residential low with exception, but they are within the development precinct. The severed lots are proposed to have a minimum of 0.3 hectares with a minimum frontage of 60 meters on Golf Course Road. The retained lot is proposed to have an area of 54 hectares with pretty significant frontages on Golf Course Road and on Earls Road. You might remember this application. It was brought forward in March on the 12th. Planning Council asked the applicant to further consider the identified wetland and the natural heritage system, given the future potential future development of the retained lands. The proposal has been revised to withdraw one of the consents, so now it's only 2 proposed. So as you can see here, there were 3, so this one was further subdivided. Now there's only 2. And the identified treed swamp has been set outside of the property's boundary. So that's the change that has been proposed. A conceptual plan has also been provided. Oops, I circled it. So that's severed lot 1, severed lot 2, just for your reference in the report. So there was a conceptual plan also provided only for the purposes of this application. This is not related to any other application. It's just for, for discussion purposes. So this shows you at the top of this plan where these 2 lots would be. It's kind of oriented differently than on the other map, and then future development, and then the treed wetland would be in that block. And then it kind of provides you a high level of where the other, there's a slopes that kind of divide those lands with the remaining lands. So the conceptual plan shows where the wetland would fit in, and they also provided an addendum to the EIS. This is just the lower portion. Staff reviewed these items, however, much of the policy analysis that we provided earlier continues to apply. The EIS addendum also does not provide a comprehensive overview of the whole property. It more directly looks at this consent. So it's important to note that further environmental analysis would be needed for the remainder of the land and to determine the complete natural heritage system. And although the proposed lots and this further information was provided, the proposal still does not conform to the intent of the official plan. As previously discussed, section E217 of the Huntsville official plan, which discusses when lots can be serviced with private servicing, and when infill is appropriate, it does not meet the criterion E17G, which states development is subject to the conditions of the District of Muskoka deeming necessary for servicing. So as the District of Muskoka is not supportive of this application, the criteria would not be fulfilled. The revised proposal was provided to district staff, and their comments respecting the proposal remain unchanged. The application was circulated in accordance with the provisions of the Planning Act and the CPP bylaw. No public objections were received. Oops, sorry. Through staff's review and analysis, the application would appear to not conform with the intent of the official plan or be consistent with the provincial planning statement, and therefore staff are recommending denial. Thank you so much, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
I'll call on the applicant or their representative to make comments.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Stone, members of Planning Council. Graham Heisinga, Tulloch Engineering, 80 Main Street West, P1H1W9. I'd like to thank Kelsey for bringing this matter back before you today. And as she reminded you in her presentation, this matter was initially before you at the March Planning Council meeting, where we were discussing the possibility of creating 3 severances along Golf Course Road to be serviced by private services. So the discussion, we had an interesting discussion at that time, and hopefully that is recalled by the committee, but the gist of this, and I'll try not to rehash too much of what I talked about in March, but the gist of this situation is that this property is in kind of a transitional area in the town, if I can call it that, and that's, you know, acknowledged by staff in their identification of the need for a secondary plan for North Huntsville. There's a lot of development pressure moving in that area around the hospital and kind of to the north and west of it, both with ongoing projects and with projects that are anticipated in the next 5, 10, 15 years. And so the goal of council, and it's a goal that I would certainly agree with, is that any development that we contemplate here today is not detrimental to achieving a comprehensive development system for North Huntsville. And I think that this proposal achieves that. And my opinion on that matter, remains largely unchanged from the evidence that I presented to you back in March. So the direction that Planning Council provided to myself and to the proponent back in March was to consider the overall impact of development and what this property could look like in the context of both urban development in the area and also the natural natural heritage system that Kelsey mentioned in her presentation. So to that end, we did approach Gord Nielsen of Mikowski Nielsen Associates once again to comment on this. And through discussions with the proponent, it was decided to remove one of the proposed severed lots, as well as adjusting the size and location of one of the severed lots such that it was entirely outside of both the natural feature, the small wetland feature that was discussed at the prior meeting, as well as the 15-meter buffer that was placed as a precautionary measure around that wetland feature. And so the updated report that was provided to council from Mr. Nielsen identifies that that wetland feature is protected, albeit that it's identified as a feature that's perhaps not significant. It's what you'd call a seasonal wetland that's inundated in the spring, and by mid spring to early summer, it's dry and empty, other than occasional rainfall. But that it serves as part of a comprehensive natural system across this property and extending beyond that property. So this updated report from Mr. Nielsen also identifies the connectivity both within the site and outside of the site being maintained by reducing that severed lot in terms of its depth, so that the buffer is kept intact, and that wetland feature actually extends into an abutting secondary natural feature that was kind of created when the hydro corridor was put in through the property, that has kind of formed kind of a meadowland type feature that acts as a natural corridor as well. And so that kind of facilitates natural connectivity within the site. Now, as Kelsey also mentioned, this portion of the property was selected for these two severances for a couple reasons, chiefly because it also acts as a transitional area between what could be in future a higher density development area kind of moving south towards Earls Road and the Highway 60 interchange, and what currently exists further north along Golf Course Road in terms of the larger historically developed vacant lots, as well as larger residential properties, single detached properties on larger lots. It's a transition that I think works well, and I don't think that the addition of these two lots detracts from the future ability of the property to be developed. Again, that was specifically contemplated when those two lots, or three lots initially, but two lots now, were laid out. Again, as was mentioned back in March, there was an intentional gap left between the severances to facilitate the potential future extension of either a municipal road or a condo road in between those severances. And you can see that on the very, very high level. I want to emphasize very high level master plan that was provided as a part of this. And the second aspect, just to kind of conclude the thought process here, the second aspect for why this specific location on the property was chosen for these two lots is that it lends itself well from an environmental and terrain perspective for a different type of development that might be contemplated further to the south. Further to the south, you have an existing kind of disused farmland area, a lot of meadowland cleared area that's very suited to kind of higher density residential. Then you have a bit of a ridge and drop in terrain before you reach this area that we're looking at here today, and its interface with Golf Course Road around this bend leading to the golf course itself. So it's physically distinct from the rest of the property as well, and lends itself to, in the proponent's opinion, kind of a separate but cohesive part of the development, and that was kind of indicated on that master planning exercise as well, as being kind of a self-contained pocket of development that would be part of a cohesive master plan for the property, but physically distinct from perhaps the more dense development towards Earls Road and Highway 60. So I believe that through the review with Michalski Nielsen Associates, I am satisfied that the natural heritage aspect of this has been satisfactorily addressed. I continue to believe that this limited development on private services in an area where municipal services might not be anticipated for quite some time is appropriate and does not detract from the future ability of either this property or the community to evolve around this development. So I'm happy to answer any questions that council might have, and thank you for your time.
Thanks very much. Council, comments or questions? Councillor Clark.
Thanks, Chair Stone. I didn't support the application last time, but I think I'm willing to support it this time. The applicants made some concessions and dropped one of the lots, and the lot frontages are more appropriate this time, as well as the sizes. So I'd be willing to support this application this time.
Mayor Alcock.
Thank you, Chair Stone. Again, I echo Councillor Clark. I certainly support the application this time, especially around the wetland. There's been an effort made, and a number of the issues that were raised were addressed. So I'm willing to support it.
Councillor Morrison.
Yeah, I'll just say quickly that I'm very much in support of it, and I guess Kelsey has brought up some really good points how it doesn't meet the official plan, but I think the official plan is meant to be all-encompassing and a general guideline for the community. It doesn't take into account there will be properties that are unique and not consistent with all developments. So the fact that this is transitional, there's a slope down, and the fact that we could get 2 building lots now as opposed to waiting for municipal services, which could be years and years and years, it just makes sense. But seeing the master plan of what could happen down the road, if we want more density, we could always ask for more density in there if we want a certain number of units to be in that area. So I think it just makes sense.
All right. I will entertain a motion to amend, if that's the case or not. Councillor Clark.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I'd put a motion that we change deny to approve for the application.
All right. Do we have a seconder? Mayor Alcock. All right, so you saw the original motion in your package, which I'm not going to read, but there is a motion to substitute, which I do have to read. Moved by Councillor Clark, seconded by Mayor Alcock. Be it resolved that Planning Council substitute motion DEV 2025-78, CPPA 04-2025 HTE, and B 0304-2025 HTE Goodfellow, 592 Golf Course Road for the following. Be it resolved that Planning Council approve community planning permit bylaw amendment application CPPA 04-2025 HTE, the purpose and effect of which is to change the precinct on a portion of the lands from development precinct to a urban residential low with exception precinct to create 2 new residential lots, with the exception being to permit a lot with a minimum lot area of 0.3 hectares, permit a single detached dwelling on a lot serviced by private individual site water and sewage services, require a development agreement with the District of Municipality of Muskoka to connect to full municipal service when they become available, requiring that the following be addressed to the satisfaction of the Director of Development Services or designate through a community planning permit prior to development proceeding on the lot, confirmation
I took, Trish, that was taken out and added to the consent decision. That one about the agreement with the district. Yeah, sorry, you must have printed it. Yeah, sorry.
The one on the
All right, so there is no number 4. 3. Be with you in a minute. So there's no number 3. Right? Agreement with the district?
Correct.
But why not?
Because it goes in the consent instead.
Okay.
The zoning.
All right. Okay, we're almost there, folks. All right. Require that the following be addressed to the satisfaction of the Director of Development Services or designate through the community planning permit prior to development proceeding on the lot. Confirmation of being provided from a qualified professional to demonstrate that the lot is suitable for installation of individual on-site water and sewer services, and that the lot and on-site sewage disposal system is designed in a manner that facilitates future connection to municipal services, and restrict vegetation removal to a maximum of 50% of the total lot area. All right, did you get all that? Comments, questions? All in favor? And that carries. And now the main motion is substituted. All in favor? And that carries. Apparently, I have to read this. For consent applications B03 and 04 2025 HTE as provided in the report, the motion to deny the consent is now withdrawn as the amendment has been approved by Planning Council and no objections have been received. Therefore, the Director of Development Services has the delegated authority to approve the consents. All right. Okay, I know it's late and everybody's getting tired, but I have asked staff to bring back our OP number 6 amendment regarding rural lot sizes. After we approved the 1 acre severance for rural lots, it went to CAPS at the district. And at that meeting, there were several councillors that had objections to it. One of them was because if you're allowing 1 acre severances, well, with the province directing that every home can now have a secondary suite within the primary dwelling and a secondary suite on the property, potentially could have 3 residences on each acre lot. And they thought this was opening a dangerous door. So what happened at CAPS was district decided to move the discussion about this OPA to the Committee of the Whole in September. So before that happens, I wanted to bring it back here before you, because I think when we were having discussions, there was misunderstanding of the history of the lot sizes. And personally, I think we can achieve 2 goals here. If we go with staff's recommendation of 1 hectare for rural lot severances, which is 2.5 acres, it will keep rural. However, we talked about situations that people with 50 acres, they want to sever off 1 acre for a family member or a friend or to help pay for their retirement. And we wanted to be able to allow that. So if we go forward and say a rural lot severance must be 2.5 acres or 1 hectare, anybody that wants less than that can simply bring us an application, and we will judge it on its individual merits. What it will do is prevent developers from exploiting the idea that rural area is now open to 1 acre lots wherever they want, and they'll be bringing a property that they want to sever 6 1 acre lots along one road. And that is not what we want. So having said all that, I'll open to some questions. Mayor Alcock.
I don't really have a question, but since I chaired the meeting, I think there are a couple of points that are worth noting. And that is, if we had taken the vote at the committee, we would have lost. There was not enough support around the table. And you're right, absolutely, Chair Stone. The big one was the impact of if you allow 1 acre and then as of right, you get to have a secondary or 2 secondary suites. And so it's really not just one dwelling. That was a big one, but it was also for the councillor from Bracebridge. They felt, well, if we approve this here, then it has an impact elsewhere in the district. And they weren't sure they were comfortable with it. The councillor from Muskoka Lakes was categorically opposed. There was just wasn't even going to listen. It was interesting that the district chair was reasonably supportive, but heard the arguments that were made about it's not just one dwelling, it's several. And so I think that I'm really glad that you decided to bring it back today, Chair Stone, because at the meeting in September at Committee of the Whole, I think it will be a big, healthy dialogue around this. And we might be in a position that we may not have the support around the larger table. It is also worth noting that the district planning staff supported our staff report, which was the 1 hectare. And the wording I never quite get, it's we will accept 60 meters, but try for 90. And if you can't make 90, then we'll accept 60. So it was really about the acreage, but district staff supported our staff report completely. So and that's really what you're talking about. I think Bob is saying maybe we should consider our staff report, and which means that if we have someone who wants to go outside of that, then they can come back and we can consider it.
Councillor Cloutier.
Through you, Chair. To my understanding was you're only allowed 3 residential on service lots, not rural. Rural on septic, you're only allowed 2. Is that not correct? You're allowed.
Richard or
Well, it depends what you're saying. So the province of Ontario changed the Planning Act to say that if you're in an urban serviced area, then it's unlawful for a municipality not to allow 3 units. So municipalities have to allow 3 units in serviced areas. In Huntsville, we went a step further and we said in the rural area, we would also allow up to 3 units. So, yeah, that's the distinction. The province said it's mandatory. We went beyond it. There are rules that we still have and retained. If your lot is too small, you still have to prove to us that you can service it on private services. And sometimes that's just making sure that you can locate a septic system. Sometimes it's as much as having to do hydrogeological work to make sure that you can, that you have water and that you're not going to impact other people's water. But we did allow it in the rural area.
Okay. So if going forward, in my point of view, as you had mentioned, if we do go with the 1 hectare, I would definitely want to see in writing somewhere that the people know they can come back to us with hope to sever off, split the 2.5 acres or take 1 acre out of the 2.5. I just want to make sure that the people in Huntsville know they have that choice. I don't want to shut that off, because if you take, for instance, we had today a severed lot off for their child. Like, I mean, we have to have that option open to our families. We can't shut that off in the rural communities. That usually in the rural community, when somebody's coming, they're severing off a piece of land for their family, so that either retirement or future for their children. And I don't want to see that shut off. That has to be there in this day and age and times. That option has to be there in this town of Huntsville, in my view.
So I don't believe the intent is to allow property that's 1 hectare, 2.5 acres, to be able to sever it in half. That's not what we're talking about. We're talking about larger properties that want to sever 1 acre. We don't want to see 1 acre lots down all of our rural roads.
Follow up. I don't mean the developments. I'm talking, grandma, myself, got my property and I want to sever off a land, a chunk of property for my children or grandchild. I want to make sure that option's there. I'm not saying that, okay, they can't sever 6 lots down the road, but what I'm saying is that option has to be there for those one-offs to come around. You can't shut that off completely. We have to keep that door open for development because our children nowadays, as we all know, cannot afford $300,000 or $400,000 to go buy a lot and build a $600,000 home. But if they can get a severed lot off the value of $300,000, whatever, that'll put them in the position to do it. But if we don't have that option there for them, our children are not going to be having places to live, and they're going to be renting townhouses the rest of their life.
So a point of clarification is that anyone can bring an application asking for anything. And then it's up to the council to decide whether we approve it or not. I believe like I said, the intent of this is people with larger lots, not 2 acres and you want to sever it in half. No, that's not what we're talking about. I'm going to go to Councillor Fitzgerald.
Thanks, Chair Stone. I guess there's so many things that come to mind here that I want to comment on. And if we remove the 3 allowable units on rural, does an acre seem more reasonable? And I think we're remiss to think that a lot of our concessions aren't going to get built up. Like, I didn't grow up here. I've been here for almost 20 years. Where I grew up, the concessions filled up. And I think that's the kind of growth that's going to happen. Do we want to control it now? Yes, absolutely we do. We want it to grow in the appropriate manner. But it's going to happen. So you can have 3 units on a 30 by 60 lot in town because it's on services. That makes it okay. I don't really follow that line of thinking. I think that if we want to make the lots more affordable, this is our whole goal was housing. Let's keep people in the community. Let people hold on to their houses, which are becoming more expensive to do, by giving the opportunity to do that. So I think that's why we started at an acre, right? So, and I know that we're going to get some resistance, but I'm disappointed that at district people are offering resistance because they don't want to do it in their community. Well, that's not how they're supposed to act at district council. They're supposed to act what's best for everybody. So I'm truly disappointed in that aspect, and I'm glad the chair was supportive. So I don't know. I'll go with the mass here, but I think we came up with a reasonable policy. I think Richard bringing to light that maybe we shouldn't have 3 units on the rural if it is an acre, and I agree with that. We can take that back and have it as 2 units, and we still meet the provincial requirements. So we get one shot at this, right? I want to get it right, so I think we should keep talking about it.
Okay. Staff do have a presentation, but I'm going to take a few more questions. Councillor Clark.
Thanks, Chair. And the original intent of the policy was that if you can meet a larger lot, you have to meet the larger lot. If you can't meet the larger lot, then the option is for a smaller lot. And that is a point that I want to just remind council about. But I totally agree with what Councillor Fitzgerald's saying about the district council. You know, and I don't have a problem if the problem at the district is putting, that they're concerned about the secondary units on a smaller lot, then I don't have an issue with putting limitations on the smaller size lot. You know, if that's the concession for allowing a smaller lot, then, you know, a smaller lot means less secondary units. That's kind of common sense. I don't really have an issue with that train of thought. I think the more important issue is giving people the option that can't meet the larger lot to still be able to get a smaller size lot, which is the point that I think Councillor Cloutier was trying to get to.
Councillor Morrison.
Yeah, I agree with where Councillor Stone's coming from to try to get this through district, and I have no problem with 2.5 acre lots. There was a big debate between 1 acre and 2.5 acres back when we approved it. I was very much in favor of the 1 acre. To say like our intention isn't this or isn't that, our intention was to make housing more affordable. I have no problem with someone, if someone has a 3 acre lot, but they meet the frontage requirements, if there's 200 feet, I'm at the committee of the whole, I've sent in pictures of my lot and the two next to it, because they're 200 feet and you can't see anything, it's all trees. If the only intent of the Affordable Housing Action Plan was to make housing more affordable, if there ends up being 3 units on a property, that's making housing more affordable. So fill your boots, put 3 on it. But let's be honest, if we severed off 7 lots on a road, all separate out, the chance of even 2 of them putting 3 units on it is slim. So it's fear mongering by some members of district council to think this is going to blow up the district to have 3 units on every property. It's not going to happen. First of all, the people have to want to do it, and the people can't afford to do it. This is the reason they're severing lots. So I have zero problem with 1 acre. I think maybe the better way to go here is still stick with our 1 acre severances and say you need a minimum of 2.5 acres to have 3 units, if that's even possible to do. But like I said, I have no problem with someone with a 3 acre lot severing off 1 acre. Fill your boots, go ahead. You can do it next door to me if you want, because it's going to make housing more affordable. So let's go.
Councillor Fitzgerald quickly, and then we'll go.
Oh, look, I still have my mic on. So I think the whole idea is to streamline the process. So if we have someone that has 1 acre, acre and a half, now they've got to go through the process. Got to go through that application, the fees, everything else, which is going to be more than a streamlined that's just approved by staff. So are we defeating the purpose by accommodating what we think is going to get through CAPS, like, or committee as a whole now? So, you know, or is it 2 acres? Like, it just seems that we can't just cave because they don't want to do it in Muskoka Lakes.
That's not necessarily the impetus for bringing it back. There was some discussion and consternation, but I personally am thinking that we can achieve both goals. Like I said, keep the 2.5 acres, but if somebody wants to sever a smaller lot, then bring an application. We'll decide on an individual basis. Mayor Alcock.
I think, though, I think it's good that you brought it back, because we're going to be going into this, and you're quite right, we shouldn't be ruled by district, but you just want to go in with a realistic expectation. And I think from what I heard, the biggest issue was the number. You grant 1, there it's 3, right? That sort of thing got some headway. And I'm not sure, I'm going to pose this to Kirsten. I don't know, is it possible for us to say, if you're coming in, or if you're building on a 1 acre lot, because that's what our policy says, under our new rules, you're not allowed to. I don't know, are we able to implement? If we are able to do that, that might be an interesting condition, right? If that's what you're doing, if you're building on a 1 acre lot in our rural area, because if we did that, that would negate that particular argument. It takes it off the table, right? And I think that, as I said, the chair was supportive because he saw this as kind of a drop in the bucket. Like, this was clearly, it was argued, not for developers. This was for the mom and the pop, for wanting to sever off for the grandchildren, the kids, whatever, right? And so he got that and didn't, you know, and that we can emphasize that point again. So I do think we have two ways to argue it. You know, the whole thing as to has an impact elsewhere. Well, you know, I don't know how we argue that one. Like, you know, and I kind of think what we want to do in Huntsville, as long as we cover off those arguments that, well, in a way, though, it's still Huntsville. What we want to do, we should be able to do it. And I had a third thing and I've forgotten, sorry. I'll come back to it.
Deputy Mayor Armour.
Thanks, Chair Stone. I think the whole intent of the 1 acre too, like Councillor Morris has said, was to create more lots to get more homes. But it was also for us, we're not sitting around this table forcing our staff to come here with a denial and us approving it all the time. Their time, the applicant's time, our time, we're trying to get things done. So even if you looked at zones or something like that in the community, they have to fit in the area.
Yeah.
I think there's got to be options there. I just probably don't know them all, but I hate to see the district basically dictating to us really.
All right. In response to it, just
Okay, go ahead.
Sorry, Bob, but in response to that, we did argue that, right? And that was understood. I think people sort of got that, saying, you know, yeah, I mean, because it's terrible. And in fact, that was the biggest argument. We're constantly flipping decisions around this table, and we don't want to continue to flip decisions, right? So we're trying to be more efficient. The one thing to remember, though, staff's report was reducing it by at least 50% of what our current requirement is, right? That's what district planning staff kept echoing, saying, look, your staff is already recommending a 50% reduction of what you currently have. So that will play to the others, but that wasn't my point anyway.
I'm going to go to Councillor Clark, and then we're going to go to staff.
Thanks, Chair, and great points by the mayor and the deputy mayor. I agree with those points. And the other thing that, you know, council needs to realize is that if we're forcing people to come to council on a case-by-case basis, is that our system now is at a point where you need a planner almost to do anything. And so for someone who's trying to create a lot for a family member or keep costs down, the case-by-case situation doesn't solve that problem. As a matter of fact, it creates more expenses for those folks that are coming to council. And I don't think that's what we're trying to do here. We're trying to make it easier for people, and case-by-case actually makes it harder and more expensive for people.
All right, I'm going to go to Richard and Kirsten.
Well, I don't want to steal any of Kirsten's thunder, but maybe just, I hope this helps. Just to, I guess, remind everyone of the context. We, as staff, were directed by council to look at alternative lot standards. So we had 2 hectare, and you guys were getting a lot of applications. You wanted to, and you were approving a lot of them. You wanted us to take a good hard look at those lot requirements to see if we could recommend reductions. So we did come up with our recommendation for how you would achieve that. And there was some strings attached. We didn't want to allow it everywhere. So we wanted natural heritage to be closely looked at. We didn't want to have too much cluster development, so we had some rules about lot frontage. So it would be 90 unless there was some other lots nearby where it was smaller, and then if that was the case, you could go to 60. So we had a rule like that. But we didn't go below 1 hectare. 1 hectare is important. So, and I think it should be important to you guys too. So right now, we allow rural estate subdivisions. And that means when you're looking at a development of more than 5 lots, we have rules that you're supposed to follow. The lot sizes for rural estate subdivisions are 1 hectare. So we were not recommending you go below that. I think going below that, you will unknowingly encourage a lot of development along our roads that you might not want to see. You're actually approving lots that are smaller than the rural estate lots. So I don't think that's a good thing. I think in terms of encouraging housing, short-term rentals are a good, secondary residential dwelling units. I almost contradicted myself completely. Secondary residential dwelling units are an important target. The more of those we have, the more long-term rental opportunities. You can even build a secondary residential dwelling unit for your son or daughter without having to sever. So those are different options for achieving housing. And it's a really good option. So it's kind of a false dichotomy to say it's create lots or have secondary residential dwelling units. You can have both if your lot sizes are large enough, if you're being careful about the way you service these lots. And that's what staff tried to come back with, is a lot size that would help you do that. And unfortunately, you guys went a little smaller than that, and that's not what staff recommend. So I don't want to steal any more of Kirsten's thunder if she wants to add to that, but that's what I would say.
Thanks. Richard, we're used to going against staff, so.
There is actually slides if we want to. There's slides, yeah. The and I very much appreciate the discussion because I know that staff put forth the recommendation, as Richard mentioned, but I will clarify that we are happy to bring applications to council that we're not supporting as well. Just so you know, that we're happy to do anything. I don't know how to do this, so don't. Yeah. That's a nice bridge. That Google. It's a Google picture. Yeah. Oh, sorry. So I went too far. Way too far. Oh, this is. I don't know how to make it go. I'm sorry. What happened? What happened?
Can somebody help Kirsten? She broke
Can they fix it? It just. I didn't hit the button. I didn't think. My apologies, everybody.
Absolutely. Councillor Fitzgerald.
I'll take this interlude. So it's interesting enough that we figured staff came back with half a recommendation of 50% reduction. But if you go back, and I don't think it's that much further back, 6 years, it wasn't working. In 6 years, it's not working. So it's not a 50% reduction. We had changed it. So it was in effect for, I think, maybe 5 years. And we were half of what the recommendation is now. So I can't quote because I don't have my computer doesn't go back that far on records, but lot sizes were half of what they are currently now. And they were only in effect for 5 years.
Kirsten has those stats, actually.
I do have that information. If it's, yeah, can we put it? Yeah. Really fast, really fast. So as Councillor Fitzgerald mentioned, our historic lot standards. So we had an official plan in 1968. It didn't have any reference to rural lands. And from 1974 on, it was 1 acre with 60 meters of frontage up until give or take 2006. And then different lot sizes were imposed depending on the type of road as well. So larger, faster roads had larger lot requirements, and then the smaller roads were the 1 hectare and 60 meters. So the official plan in 2006 imposed that, and then the bylaw carried that forward from 2008. And we can go to the next one. So then in 2019, because there were 3 different lot standards, 1, 2, and 4 hectares, we went with the medium standard for the official plan for 2019. So that's where the 2 hectares and 134 meters came into play, unless it was a district road, and then that requirement is 150 meters of frontage. And we added in a couple of provisions talking about the rural estate lots and their standards, and then also that you could only create 3 lots from an existing lot of record. So with the community planning permit bylaw, those sizes were put into effect in the bylaw as well. So in essence, it's only been the last 2 or 3 years that we've had the 2 hectare minimum lot size requirement. And as Richard had mentioned, with the secondary residential dwelling units, we go above and beyond what the Planning Act requires us to do. So the proposed lot standards has already been mentioned. The official plan amendment and the bylaw amendment said 1 hectare with 90 meters of frontage, still allowing the secondary residential units, and that we have to be careful about the hydrogen septic if it's below a 2 hectare lot standard. And then council approved the 1 acre lot standard with 60 meters of frontage. And so then I know that there's been a lot of talk about issues with smaller lots, and this is just really a synopsis of everything that had been presented previously by both town staff and district staff, talking about how more development in rural areas does create some more fiscal responsibilities for municipalities on the long term, with emergency services being impacted, us having to provide more services in rural areas because there's more population there. The tax revenue doesn't equate to the level of service that we would have to be providing in a rural area. I know that it does help a little bit, but it's not as significant as in the urban centers. And then, of course, there's the significant number of lots that are available currently, with over 3,000 vacant rural lots that could be developed. So adding more lots, are we actually getting anywhere with making it more affordable? I know the other aspect of that would be also whether or not municipalities are required to provide water and sewers or piped water services when there's something compromised. And I know Richard looked into it a little bit, and it seems like there's some options, but that is one of the major considerations for us. And do you mind flipping to the next one? So, and just sort of last thing I was going to talk about are the MOE guidelines for lots when we're talking about private servicing. Their standard is 1 hectare. So that they say 1 hectare, you should be okay. Going smaller than that, there will be issues potentially that need to be addressed. And so that's really where the 1 hectare comes into play the most, is that that's sort of the provincial guideline for having private water and sewer services. So, and that's, yeah, when it's smaller than 1 hectare, you have to look at all these other things as well and the impacts on potential other properties downstream. But I don't know if Richard had anything else you wanted to add, but that's really just a high-level overview.
All right, I'll go back to Council. Councilor Morrison.
Thank you, Kirsten. That's a lot of good stuff. I think for me, the comment about the rural estate subdivision, I get that, but I personally don't have a problem want to build a rural estate subdivision with 1 acre lots. If it's going to get 10 instead of 5 or 20 instead of 10. We have to be bold now. It's not 2018, 2015, 1975 to today. It's a way different story on housing. And at the town level and the district level, we keep saying we're going to be bold about housing, bold about housing. Well, being bold about housing is creating more lots. Of those 3,000 lots, not very many of them are for sale right now. So they're not actually creating housing. They're sitting. People are holding them. I think the one thing I did want to mention is I'd like to know, Director Maxwell, if for us, when we go to committee of the whole, could we get the stats on how many of our rural lots actually have 3 units on them? Is that arduous or?
We can.
I wouldn't want to put you
because
through
it
too
wouldn't
much.
have been permitted up until the last couple of years anyway.
Yeah.
So I think we should be able to bring that
Okay,
information.
because I want to allay the fears. I think the answer is, to Bob's point about trying to do both, I think to do both is to go with the 1 acre that we all agreed on and debated for probably over an hour already, but take away that worry about the 3 units and show them, hey, out of this many rural lots we have 10 with 3 on it. So that is a unfounded fear that is being spread by, a member that we know. And I also look at the services being required. If we allowed 7 new lots on South Wauseosa Lake Road right now, that's probably about $35,000 in tax assessment revenue, and no new services would need to go there except maybe fire if there's a fire or a paramedic. but it wouldn't increase our cost as a town, so it should be almost a net $35,000. So more assessment on existing roads makes sense to me. And to Councillor Clark's point, if we know we're going to approve it anyway, let's be honest, at least 5 of us are probably going to approve a 1 acre lot when it comes to this table. We haven't denied any of them yet in this term. So why are we making somebody spend 10 to 15 grand to come here and get a yes? It just doesn't make sense to me. So.
Mayor Alcock.
I echo a lot of that. And I also think it's really important that we talk about the approved 2,000 lots or whatever, because that always comes back from district. They always talk about, well, Huntsville has like thousands of approved lots. It means nothing if nothing's happening with those approved lots. We've had those approved lots for a long time, right? That doesn't speak to the applications that are before us that we flip and approve, right? It's not from that 2,000. So I think it would be useful to have some reference to where those 2,000 lots come from and how old they are. And a lot of them are really old, right? The approved lots. I think it would be good information.
Councillor Fitzgerald?
Those lots belong to wealthy people who can afford to hold on to them. Housing is not an issue for them. Trying to maintain their house when they have almost zero income and are looking for a way to generate some revenue so they can stay in their home, healthy in their home, maybe have their kids stay on a separate lot. It's not an issue for them. Those lots aren't for sale at a reasonable market price, and they're not people that need housing that own those lots. So it's not even applicable. It doesn't equate at all.
Councillor Cloutier.
Through you, Chair. Like Richard was saying, you got the 2.5, they can build another residence on it. Why jam another resident when we could sever a piece of off and it's separate, and then the child is not, or whoever, family member is not, okay, mom and dad die, now we've got to deal with their house, and we've got our house, it's all tied into one property. But if it's severed off, they get their chunk, they get their home, because we could cause in the long run a lot of family issues here of, if there's 2 or 3 other brothers and sisters or whatever, and then they're living in that house, well, they want to sell it. Well, they can't sell it because everybody's tied in. It just creates, it's a good situation, but I think if we're able to take and sliver off a piece of property off that totally separate, and rather than them having build on that, if they want to build on it, that's their choice. But I want to make sure they have the choice to sever that off and have sole ownership of them, for them.
Deputy Mayor Armour.
Thanks, Chair Stone. Not to carry this on much longer, I think we have a direction from our council here, that what they want. And I think we need to just go forward and hopefully conquer it.
So am I hearing that we want to keep the OP amendment the way it is? However, we want to remove the ability to add secondary suites to those 1 acres.
One accessory unit or one internal unit, that's it.
Within the primary residence. Can I ask staff to make a comment? How is this possible, and is this appropriate?
Thank you, Chair. There is no requirement for us to allow 2 units to begin with, or 3, right? It's just 1, but if you want us to amend the community planning permit bylaw to tighten up where secondary residential units are permitted, we could do that in a subsequent housekeeping. That if a lot is under a certain size, they wouldn't be permitted unless they could demonstrate that there was. There is language that's a bit looser currently, but we could tighten it up and prohibit it.
Mayor Alcock.
So, in essence, what we're saying, I mean, in an ideal world, from a planning perspective, it is the 1 hectare. But council's saying, but we think there are lots of situations where 1 acre is permitted. And so it's somehow built into what we're approving that says, ideally, it's a hectare, but if that's not possible, you can move forward with 1 acre. Here are the things, the conditions, and some of the restrictions that will apply. 1, you're not going to be able to build a secondary unit or whatever, if that's, whatever we decide, but that's a restriction. So you get your 1 acre, you get to be able to hive off, you get to build whatever. But you definitely don't get to build 2 accessory units on it. Maybe 1. I don't know what the answer is, but and maybe that's the direction. Ideally, it's a hectare, but if you can't make it, then the step B is, yes, we'll approve 1 acre, but here are the conditions. I don't know. I don't mind that. Slightly different from what we approved before, but it is generally the same intent, right?
Deputy Mayor Armour.
Thanks, Chair Stone. And at the end of the day, if they want, they can always bring it back to this council.
Councillor Clark.
And the last point is that, anything we change with this has to be approved. We have to get the buy-in from the district. So if the issue is the number of units available on the property, then let's present them with an option that they will be more willing to accept, so that we can move forward with what we're trying to accomplish here in Huntsville.
So can we put a provision where there's no secondary suites for 1 acre, and if they want to, they can come to us? I don't know that we should.
And
Councillor Fitzgerald.
we're in contravention of the province then. And
No,
you-
not in the rural area.
No?
No.
Just keep in mind, an acre is the size of a football field, right? We keep thinking an acre is small. It's not. It's a football field. So if somebody wants a house and an accessory unit for their kid or their grandparents or somebody else, it's reasonable. Now, they still have to go through the protocols with our planning department. They might need hydrogeological work. They won't be able to do it if it's not appropriate, because some 1 acre lots are not created equal. But if you have a football field of size and it's suitable to have an accessory suite, fill your boots, let's go. That's a rental, So not a third, but a second, absolutely.
All right. Richard?
Not sure if I'm going to clarify, but so when I said earlier 3 units, what I was saying is your primary unit and 2 secondary residential dwelling units. So that's what I did mean. So just so we're clear on that. And so in the urban area, you can have 1 principal and 2 secondaries. In the rural area, you can also have 1 principal, 2 secondaries. So the distinction, obviously there's a servicing distinction. In the urban area, there's lots of water, that's not an issue. And sewage is handled by the municipality, not an issue. In the rural area, that's not the case. The smaller the lot size, the more risk there is. We already do have a policy that says if your lot is smaller than 2 hectares, then although you could potentially have 2 secondary residential dwelling units, we need you to look at it. And you might have to do a technical report. It might have to be a hydrogeological study to prove to us that your lot can handle that. So we already do have a rule. I just wanted to make that clear for everyone. I'm not sure we need to change everything because of the concern that you're hearing. Just so you're clear on what the current rules are.
Mayor Alcock?
I think that's very important. Thank you for that. Little bits keep coming back, and one of the other concerns from other district councilors, well, if you allow this to balloon and continue the development, a priority for the district is the environment. So if we continue to have an impact on the environment, on the rural services and you know, all of that, then that's the district's issue, not ours. So if we can address that upfront, I think then we're in a better state. So, and we're kind of doing it with what you said, Richard, which is we already are fairly strict, right? Yeah. So we
Councillor
just need
Clark.
to emphasize that.
So just for clarification, Richard, so we would be then looking at secondary units on a case-by-case situation, is that what you're saying? On the 1 acre lots?
Yeah, if they're below 2 hectares, we need to look at them case by case.
I'm fine with that.
And the other thing that you could ask district to do is just, you know, you could ask them to modify the proposed policy to say that if it's going to be one of these smaller lots, they can't have secondary residential dwelling units. So you could say that too.
Like the most important thing is to get the ability for the 1 acre lot. And then if people have to come on a case by case for the secondary units here, then I don't have any problem with that.
All right, so do we need to change any of our policies at this point? We're just going to take what we had already proposed for the amendment to District Committee of the Whole.
I think we need to script ourselves. That's what, you know, I think staff have given us lots of information. Maybe they need to remind us of what we have, but we need to be scripted.
All right. Well, great discussion. Thank you, everyone. All right. Go, yeah, so now we're going to move into closed session. Moved by Councilor Renwick, seconded by Councilor Clark. Be it resolved that the next portion of the meeting be closed to the public commencing now at, 5 o'clock on the nose, PM, for the purpose of considering the following matters under Section 239-2 of the Municipal Act 2001. Litigation for potential litigation, including matters before administrative tribunals affecting the municipality or local board, a confidential report DEV 2025-83, Langmaids Island Corporation, OLT 22, and a bunch of numbers on South Portage Road. All in favor? And that carries. All right, welcome back, everyone. I got nothing. My helper took off.
We didn't have to.
Yeah.
Direction.
Okay.
It's finished.
All right. Well, hang on for somebody who knows what's going on. So have I got a motion? Well-
There's no recommendation? No, but then it's, yeah. Oh,
All right. Moved by Councilor Renwick, seconded by Councilor Morrison. Be it resolved that confirmation bylaw 2025-76 be received and passed the 16th day of July, 2025. All in favor? And that carries. One more. Moved by Deputy Mayor Armour, seconded by Councilor Clark. Be it resolved that we do now hereby adjourn at 5:22 p.m. All in favor? And that carries. Thank you, everyone. It was a long day.